Come on, stream. Get my ugly mug off of there. Let's go. Come on, StreamYard. Okay. I paused it so we wouldn't miss anything. Now I'm going to try it again. I don't know what StreamYard is doing today. They're acting weird. Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Dr. Michelle DeMarco, Michelle Dimarco.
Good afternoon. Where are you employed?
I am currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Medical Examiner's Office.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am an associate medical examiner, so my duties include performing autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death, as well as testifying in court.
Medical examiner, yay!
Medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
I've been an associate medical examiner for 3 years now.
Could you tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
Of course. So starting out back in college, I had a 4-year degree in a major in biology with minors in chemistry as well as biomedical physics. So I had my bachelor's degree in 2011. Following that, I did 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina, to get my MD degree or medical doctor degree. Following that, I moved to Atlanta to have a 4-year residency at Emory. My 4-year residency was in anatomic pathology as well as clinical pathology. Following that 4-year residency, I entered my first fellowship. I spent a year at the Children's Hospital of Atlanta for a pediatric pathology fellowship. Following that, I entered my second fellowship with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been so licensed?
Since residency training.
And what year is that?
I started residency in, I started residency in 2015.
Are you board certified?
I am board certified. I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, pediatric pathology, and forensic pathology.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I have been a member in the past as a trainee when the memberships were free, but currently I am not paying any membership dues for those organizations.
Is it your duty to perform autopsies?
It is.
What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you can think of it as three components. So the first is our external examination, which consists of essentially a physical exam head to toe. Following that, we have our internal examination where we will remove all of the organs and examine them and dissect them. Following the internal portion, we will collect evidence and submit testing such as toxicology, and that's kind of the third ancillary aspect of our autopsies. And our autopsies are performed to determine the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career in training?
Over 1,000.
Have you
Wow.
previously been qualified
That's a
before
lot.
in the court of law as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 10.
And does this include in the superior courts of the state of Georgia? Have you testified as an expert in Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. DeMarco as an expert in the fields of pathology and forensic pathology. And what is briefly pathology and forensic pathology?
Of course. So pathology is essentially the study of disease. My residency training was mostly spent in the hospital in the pathology department in the laboratory. So there's anatomic pathology, which is more so dealing with the tissues. So let's say, for example, you have a biopsy performed. A pathologist is the person that will oversee the lab that processes the biopsy and look at it under the microscope. In addition to that, anatomic pathology also includes autopsies. So there will be medical autopsies in the hospital that are performed. Clinical pathology is, instead of dealing with diagnosing disease in the tissue, diagnosing disease. So if you get a blood test performed, that goes to a laboratory that is run by a pathologist to get your hemoglobin level, per se. Then forensic pathology is a subset of anatomic pathology with medical legal autopsies, sudden unexplained deaths that are usually non-natural, but natural also occurs as well.
Were you the doctor that performed an autopsy on an individual named Laken Riley?
Yes, I was.
Would you tell the court, please, on what day and what time did you perform that autopsy?
On February 23rd at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Where was that?
That unique case number was used throughout. May I refer to my report so I don't misstate the case number?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and make an announcement. There will not be any photographs or any depiction of autopsy evidence going forward.
The case number is 2024-1005107.
Better?
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness and I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. And what we have done, Your Honor, is multiple copies of the photographs. And we'll have some at their table so that they can follow along. I'm handing Dr. DeMarco states 299 through 218. And I ask if she recognizes those, and I'm going to have an extra copy for you at the same time, without having the need to publish the
But is there?
I think it was Court TV's feed.
Now,
I mean, Long Crimes feed.
thank you, sir. Oh, 299. $99 to $318.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are the photographs that were taken at the time of autopsy.
Of Laken Riley
Correct.
and her belongings. Or items that came in with her body, sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
The state would, and now, do they fairly and accurately depict Laken Riley and her body as you saw it on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, they do.
State would move to admit states 299 to 318. And in lieu of publishing them over the Elmo, Your Honor, if you could take those, thank you, before the court. So let's start first with, could you tell the court in what condition did you receive Laken Riley's body?
Laken Riley was received to our office in a body bag with identifying tags on the zippers of the external surface.
And is that what we see in States 299?
Correct.
And in States 299, do you see that unique case number that you just read to us?
Yes.
States 300, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
Following the photographs that are taken of the tags on the bag, we will take as, quote unquote, as is photographs. So as we receive the body, we will take photos how they come in. And that is photos 300 through 302.
So I want to talk to you about the condition of her body. First of all, were her hands bagged?
Yes.
And do you see those bags in States 300?
Yes, and 301.
301. And what other, could you describe her body in terms of how was she clothed and what, if any, other items you saw around her hair?
She came in wearing pants, undergarments, as well as shoes and socks. She had a necklace on her neck as well. There was a hair tie in her hair, as well as admixed leaves and twigs, vegetative debris.
And are those items depicted in States 300? That is the vegetative debris. Do you see it at the top of States 300?
Yes.
In her hair?
Yes.
All right. And then moving to States 302, does that depict her bottom part of her clothing, her leggings, and her shoes?
Correct.
Could you please describe Laken Riley in terms of age, height, and weight?
May I refer to my report for height and weight so that I'm accurate? She was 22-year-old female, 64 inches or 5'4", and 143 pounds.
Did you observe any injuries to Laken Riley?
I did.
Can you globally describe them, and then we'll cover them in more detail? Globally describe the injuries that you saw, just in general terms.
I weighed
Laken
7 more pounds than her in high school.
As well as signs of asphyxia.
7.
What is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is essentially the inability to deliver.
Everybody
oxygen
told me how
to the
fat I
blood
was.
cells.
And what types of actions can cause asphyxia? Where do you
Same
see
height.
asphyxial deaths?
Asphyxial deaths can be seen in hangings, which are ligature strangulation. They can be seen in manual strangulation, as well as neck compression, either by somebody using their arm or doing an arm bar or chokehold or something like that.
And at times, as a medical examiner, are you able to determine what type of asphyxia caused or contributed to a victim's death?
In cases where we have good autopsy findings that would allow us to categorize them into one of those areas, we can.
And in this particular case with Laken Riley, were you able to determine what type of asphyxia you saw?
I was not able to categorize it.
So how did you categorize it in your report then, or how did you characterize it?
I just refer to it as asphyxia and not otherwise specified.
So it could be manual strangulation, but you just don't have enough findings to say that.
Correct.
Could be compression.
Correct.
So you told us the global injuries. I want to start first with Laken's face and head, and then move down the rest of her body, if you could.
Okay.
So we're looking at States 303. Could you tell the court what we're looking at there?
303 is what we call our quote-unquote ID shot. So we take this for every case where we put the case number under the individual's face and take this photograph.
Do you see any injuries to Laken's face?
Yes.
What are those injuries? Please, can you describe them for us?
She has a combination of abrasions, which are scrapes, as well as contusions, which is just a fancy medical way of saying a bruise, so bleeding under the skin, as well as lacerations. Lacerations, as opposed to an abrasion just being a scrape of the skin, a laceration is a defect of the skin and the tissue immediately underlying it.
scratch.
States 304, what are we looking at there?
This is another photograph of her face with a little bit of a closer view, as well as more exposure of the injuries to the left side of her head.
And can you see in states 304 her neck?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries to her neck? And if you did, could you please describe them for us?
Yes, on external exam, she had approximately 1-inch cluster of small abrasions on the left side of her neck.
And what can cause abrasions?
Abrasions are a form of blunt force trauma.
States 305, what does that depict?
In this photograph, we have shaved away some of the hair on the left side of the scalp so that we can better see this cluster of lacerations that are on the left side of the scalp. In addition to these lacerations, there are associated areas of contusions, which is that red bruising that is around the lacerations, as well as some abrasions associated with them as well.
What is a laceration?
A laceration is a form of blunt force trauma in that the skin and the tissue underneath the skin are separated.
Did you notice any injuries? You told us the laceration. I'm going to ask you to describe them first. If you could describe for us the most severe injury that you saw to the left side of her head first, and then I'll ask you to describe the other lacerations.
The largest laceration was over 1 inch in greatest dimension, and you can see it associated with a defect of the underlying skull.
And when you say a defect in the underlying skull, what do you mean?
A fracture.
So did she have a skull fracture?
Yes.
How did you describe that skull fracture, or how would you describe it?
It is a complex displaced fracture of the left calvarium.
What does that mean?
It is a segment of her skull on the left side is displaced from its usual anatomic location.
And displaced in what way?
Displaced into the calvarium.
Okay, so into her skull.
Correct.
There is a part of her skull missing that's been displaced inside her head. Is that the way of saying it?
It's there, yeah. It's just displaced. Yep, into the skull.
Oh, into her skull. All right. And you told us how long it was. Is that what you described in 1 inch plus?
The largest dimension, I could refer my report for the exact. I know.
So in layman's term, her skull was bashed in.
It is 1 13/16 of an inch, so just under 2.
And is that the wound that we're talking about, the skull fracture? Is that the one in the center of 305, which would be the largest
Thank you, Nancy.
wound that we see in that photograph?
Correct.
And how deep was that wound?
If you are measuring from the outer table of the skull, it was 1/4 of an inch.
And would you expect that wound to cause Laken Riley to bleed?
Yes.
And that wound itself, this skull fracture, is that, or could that be a fatal wound to Laken Riley?
It could be fatal.
Explain to us why and how.
Well, the wound, as you've mentioned, caused a displacement of the skull into the brain. In addition, underneath the wound, there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage. So essentially, there's a coating around the brain. Right under that coating, there was a little bit of hemorrhage associated with it as well. And like was mentioned, there was bleeding under the scalp associated with this injury and associated with that laceration.
And why could that be fatal to a person?
It essentially is causing trauma to the brain.
Did you observe any other lacerations to the left side of her head?
Yes.
How many did you observe?
There were 8 in total.
And if you could go with us, do we see them in States Exhibit 305, the others?
Yes.
And could you describe them as you describe, how would you describe the other 8?
They ranged in size from 1/4 of an inch to the largest wound that was over 1 inch. Some of them were curvilinear or linear, whereas others had a more irregular shape to them.
What type of, you said the lacerations are blunt force trauma?
Correct.
Is a rock a blunt surface?
It can be, yes.
And are the injuries that you see in states 305 consistent with a rock?
They could be consistent with a rock.
On the left side of her head, we're still on states 305. Could you tell us what, if any, injuries did you observe to her ear on the left side?
She also had a contusion or a bruise to the helix of her ear, as well as an associated abrasion in that area.
And the helix of the ear, could you just tell us for the record, what part of the ear is that?
If they don't swab
Apologies, it's the upper earlobe.
that
Where my
rock
hand is right now?
Yes.
All right,
and
on the left
test it,
upper top of the earlobe. And what?
I'm going to
type of
be
injury did you
ticked
say that
off.
is?
A contusion with an associated abrasion.
And is a contusion also a way of saying a bruise?
Yes.
And it states 306, if you could flip the photo for us. What are we looking at there in states 306?
This is just another view a little bit further away, showing all the injuries to the left side of her head and neck.
Just a complete photo of the 8 lacerations that you discussed.
Yes.
States 307. Tell us what we're looking at there.
307 is a closer up view of those injuries to the left scalp.
And 308.
.308 is part of our internal examination. We will reflect the scalp from the head, and this view shows you the hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp, as well as a better view of the fracture of the skull.
Of the left side?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley have injuries to the right side of her head?
She did have injuries on the right side as well.
Could you describe those for us, please?
There was some discoloration over the right temporal region, as well as her temporalis muscle, which is the muscle that's kind of on the side of your head under your temple, had a laceration to it. It was hemorrhagic, so it was bleeding. And then there was also hemorrhage on the undersurface of the scalp in that region.
What type of injuries were those? What is Petechiae?
So Petechiae are very small punctate uniform hemorrhages that can be seen either in the eyes, on the facial skin, in the mouth, in instances of asphyxia.
Did you see Petechiae at Laken Riley's autopsy?
I did.
Where did you see it? And I have states 309, if that would help you as well, if you want to go to that photo.
There were petechiae within both of her eyes, petechiae in her eyes. There were petechiae of the skin surrounding her eyes, her periorbital region, as well as a small amount of petechiae in the gingival mucosa, which is essentially the gum.
So are those things documented in your photographs that extend all the way to states 315?
Yes.
And is that the petechiae you observed on Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
So what causes those types of injuries?
Petechiae are a result of increased pressure within the vasculature that causes small vessels to burst and create those tiny pinpoint hemorrhages, and that can be seen.
And do you know how long does it take approximately for someone to be deprived of oxygen before petechiae can form?
I could not say with certainty the time.
And the manner in which she obtained the petechiae, you've already pretty much told us about. It's asphyxia of some sort, right?
Correct.
And it could be manual, it could be compression, like someone sitting on her, is that right?
It's possible either manual strangulation or some sort of compression of the neck or chest.
And had to be done long enough for her to be deprived of oxygen to her brain. Is that right?
Yes.
And what other injuries did you see to her body?
In addition, there were also abrasions of her torso, her abdomen, as well as abrasions on her left hand and left leg.
Let's talk about her torso. State's Exhibit 316. Do you recognize that photo? And do you see those? Do you see her torso?
Yes.
How would you describe the injuries that we see on the left side of her torso?
These injuries are clusters of linear abrasions that are both parallel to each other as well as intersecting with one another.
And there's a lower one right above the measuring tape that has your unique case number on it. Do you see that injury?
Yes.
How would you describe that?
Linear abrasion.
And this might sound like a really dumb question, but by linear, do you mean a line?
Yes.
And could these abrasions be consistent with something like a belt buckle or some kind of metal object?
It's possible.
What would these also be considered blunt force injuries?
Yes.
Are they sale?
When I say these, I'm talking about these linear injuries on her torso.
I can't entirely exclude them having a brush component, but they don't appear to be the stereotypical brush abrasions that we can see.
Why not?
The stereotypical brush abrasions will have, and usually will have areas of like a coalescence. So you'll have those linear striation abrasions as well as a larger patch area as well. And I don't see the same features in this.
Injuries consistent with something like a belt or a key or some object like that.
They could be consistent with an object.
States 317, what are we looking at there?
This is a photograph of her left hand depicting a small.
Is that the red mark that we see above the measuring stick or tape that has your unique case number on it?
Yes.
States 318, what are we looking at there?
Also the left hand, this is showing a linear abrasion on the left pinky.
And these abrasions, are they also a form of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the evidence that you collected at your autopsy.
Were Laken Riley's fingernails clipped at autopsy?
Yes, they were.
And I put some gloves in front of you if you need them,
Okay.
Dr. DeMarco. Sure you will, but in case. So states 319, I'm going to hand you states 319, and we're not going to open it, but
Okay.
we're going to open some other stuff, so you should, if you want to. States 319, do you recognize it? Do you recognize your unique case number? Is your name on it?
Yes, it has my name as well as the unique case number, the county, and the name of Laken Riley.
And are those the fingernail clippings that you took at autopsy of Laken Riley?
Yes, these are the ones taken at autopsy.
The state moved to admit 319. No objection.
319 submitted.
Did you perform a sexual assault kit on Laken Riley?
Yes.
Tell me what you did. What is that and how did you do it in this case?
A sexual assault kit consists of collecting evidence samples. So we took swabs of the vagina as well as the anus. And then we also collected scalp hair.
And at your autopsy and in your examination of Laken Riley, did you observe any signs of a completed sexual assault?
I did not observe anything that would make me believe there was a sexual assault. She had no anogenital trauma. In addition, I forgot to mention the sexual assault kit also includes a swab of the oral cavity.
So State's Exhibit 324, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the envelope containing the sexual assault kit.
And again, do you see your unique case number, your name, and Laken Riley's name on that?
Yes,
State would move to admit State's 324.
324 is admitted.
Did you, at autopsy, or was there at autopsy a sample of Laken Riley's DNA obtained during that procedure, during that process?
yes, we obtained 2 bloodstain cards.
Did you also, at autopsy, have samples of Laken Riley's hair collected?
Yes,
How, and what's that process like?
some of the scalp hair will be removed from the scalp, and when it's removed, you make sure that there's, the root comes along with it. So a collection of scalp hair from different areas of the scalp is collected.
Was her clothing also collected?
Yes,
And the vegetation that you observed in her hair when she arrived at your facility, was that also collected?
yes.
I'm gonna come up near you. What did you watch? First, States 323, do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a sample of the vegetative debris, so leaves and twigs taken from her hair.
And again, do you see your unique case number and your name and the Laken Riley's name?
Yes.
State will move to admit States 323. No objection.
323 is admitted.
Did Laken Riley have a hair tie with her hair or some hair in her hair?
Yes.
Was that collected as well?
Yes.
States Exhibit 326, can you tell us what that is?
This is a evidence bag containing the black hair tie.
And the state would move to admit States 326. No objection.
326 is admitted.
And I want to move to her clothing. Let's start first with her shoes. States 322. Do you recognize 322?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence bag containing her athletic shoes.
State would move States 322. Move to admit States 322. No objection.
322 is admitted.
States 320. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her pants.
State would move to admit States 320. No objection.
320 is admitted.
States 321. What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing her underwear.
State would move to admit States 321. No objection.
321 is admitted.
States 325.
This is an evidence bag containing her socks.
State would move to admit States 325. No objection.
325 is admitted.
States 327.
This is an evidence bag containing a piece of black fabric that appeared to be a bra strap.
state would move to admit is Dr. DeMarco, did you form an opinion as to the cause of death of Laken Riley?
I did.
What is that opinion?
Her cause of death is the combined effects of blunt force head trauma and asphyxia.
What is her manner of death?
Homicide.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will pass the witness. If I just have a moment to put my photos away.
Welcome back, Brian.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is hemorrhaging considered a subset of a cause of death, or can it be its own cause of death? Blood loss. Is blood loss considered a subset of other causes of death, or can it be its own cause of death?
So blood loss or exsanguination is not usually a word that we'll use for a cause of death. It's more so a mechanism of death. The cause would be the blunt force trauma that caused the hemorrhaging. If that makes sense.
Forgot her
That
name.
was my next question. So in this case, the blunt force trauma, it's not just the trauma, it would be possibly also the bleeding that came from that.
I think they're pretty intrinsically linked, but yes.
When I look at your report, and I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. Do you have a 6-page report in front of you?
Yes.
And the top says official report, and then it has the GBI sigil on it.
Yes.
When I look at your report, it has a section called case individuals. Did you fill that out?
I did not.
That is automatically populated with this case number?
Yeah, it's just, excuse me, it is automatically populated by our LIMS system, which is Laboratory Information Management System.
Do you know who decides how to categorize these 4 individuals?
I do not.
And just for the record, is it true that it lists the victim as Laken Riley,
Correct.
the subject as Jose Antonio Ibarra,
Correct.
elimination Argenis Ibarra,
Yes.
elimination Diego Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Did you measure Laken Riley's fingernails before they were clipped?
Them, but I examined.
Fingernails before they were clipped.
They were intact. They were not broken.
Is it true that there was blood on the inside of the fingernails?
I would have to refer to the photograph to see, but I know that there was
What the heck?
soiling of the fingers, specifically blood. I would have to look at the photographs.
It got
Or
unsynced
there
again.
was blood on the fingers, you just can't remember if they were underneath the fingernails?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
No, you're good. The scratches on her torso, you'd agree with me that they're in a variety of lengths?
Yes.
There's also a little bit of variety of the width of these scratches.
A small amount, yes.
And you were discussing with the state the possibility that they were brush abrasions. Can you explain what you mean by brush abrasions?
So when we say brush abrasions, we're just giving a characterization to their appearance. So they have an appearance where there was some sort of movement across the surface.
So for example, someone could get brush abrasions by dragging somebody across the surface.
That's possible.
And you can't eliminate the possibility that some of these scratches are brush abrasions.
I can't entirely exclude it, but I don't favor that they are.
Do you have an opinion as to whether these scratches could have been caused post-mortem,
I do not think that they were postmortem.
and why not?
These scratches showed something that we call a vital reaction. So when you see red discoloration in the area of the injury, that is an indication of bleeding. And you will not see bleeding into the tissues in a postmortem injury.
Does that differ depending on how close in time to the death that happens?
No.
So if somebody is deceased and then the next second there's a cut, wouldn't that also have bleeding associated with it, with blood left in the body?
So the bleeding that goes into the tissues is a effect of the heart pumping. So the heart needs to be pumping to have the pressure to push that blood into the tissues at the injury site.
And just one moment. Do you have an opinion as to what caused the fingernails?
It's possible.
Is there any sound now? Oh, there it goes. Okay.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Briefly, when asked about, so again, the marks per torso, you said, I don't favor that they are called brush abrasions. Could you explain that to us, and what do you really mean about I don't favor that?
They don't have the stereotypical appearance of what I would call a brush abrasion.
And that's why when you say you don't favor, they are, what do you mean by the word favor?
I mean, based on my experience and the brush abrasions that I've seen, these have a slightly different appearance, but I cannot entirely exclude them being from a brush injury.
And you answered the defense counsel's question. It's possible it's fingernails. It's also possible that it's an object. It's possible that it's anything that could have caused blunt force trauma to her in this manner.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beth?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right. Can she be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? From the
No
defense?
objection.
Okay. You're excused, doctor. May call your next witness.
The state calls Annie Kissler-Rowell.
Any Rowell.
May I have one moment to notify?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today, no matter the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat, state and spell your complete name.
My name is Ann Kissler-Rowell, A-N-N-E.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab. And I'm employed as the technical leader of the Trace Evidence Section.
What is the trace evidence section?
Trace Evidence Section analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, glass, paints, plastics, and fractured materials.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 18 years. I've been the technical leader for over a year now.
Over what?
1 year now.
Okay. And as the technical leader, do you have certain additional responsibilities?
Yes, in addition to examining pieces of evidence, I'm also responsible for training other individuals in our section and coordinating the proficiency testing in our section and overseeing the analytical manuals.
Are you a microanalyst?
Yes, so part of my job is to perform duties as a microanalyst.
What is a microanalyst?
A microanalyst is someone who analyzes small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, like the ones I mentioned, like hairs and fibers.
Would you describe to the court, please, your training and your education that qualifies you for your job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. With the GBI Crime Lab, I have completed extensive training programs in hairs, fibers, glass, plastics, paints, and fractured materials. I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
In your career at the GBI, how many hair and fiber analyses have you conducted?
I think it's somewhere over 800 hair analysis and definitely over 150 fiber analysis.
Have you been qualified before as an expert in a courtroom in the field of microanalysis and hair comparisons?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified about 67 times within trace evidence, and I think hair was at least 35 of those.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to tender Ms. Kissel-Rao as an expert in the fields of microanalysis and hair comparisons.
Any objection? No, sir. The witness will be allowed to testify in those fields.
I'd like to turn your attention to your case number 2024-1005-107. Do you recognize that case number? Is that a case that you worked on for at the GBI?
Yes, I do recognize that case.
And who is the victim associated with that case number?
The victim is Laken Riley.
I'd like to ask you a few things about some of the tests that you did in this case. First of all, were you asked to examine some hairs that were removed from a jacket, which is your item 3 at the crime lab?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to do, and what did you observe about the hairs, and how did you?
I was asked to compare question hairs that were removed from the jacket to the known head hair of Laken Riley. So in order to do this, I took the previously collected tape lifts of the jacket. I then removed question hairs from those tape lifts and mounted them on microscope slides. I did this using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. I then I classified the hairs using the stereo microscope and also a higher powered microscope as to if they're animal or human, what body area they came from, possible ancestry characteristics. I evaluated the root ends of those hairs, and I determined if they were suitable for a microscopical comparison. So typically we will compare head hair features. I then took the known head hair standard of Laken Riley and mounted that on separate microscope slides. So at this point, I compared the question hairs to the known head hair standard. And when I say known head hair standard, we like to have at least 25 hairs to encompass the entire range of features present on that person's head.
How many head hairs did you have from Laken Riley from the jacket item 3? I'm sorry, how many head hairs did you have that you determined were consistent with Laken Riley? Let's start with
Okay,
that.
so from the jacket, there were 29 hairs recovered from the jacket that I found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possession.
Were you able to make a determination of those 29 hairs? Did any of them have roots?
Yes, they did.
And how many of the 29 did?
So to explain, when we're looking at hair roots, basically three growths. We have anagen hair roots, which are the growing growth phase. Those would be the hairs that you need some sort of force to remove from your head. Catagen is the transition phase, and then telogen is the phase, where those would be your naturally shed hairs. So when I looked at the roots, and you can tell the difference by the morphology of the root. So when I looked at the roots, 21 of those hair roots were in the anagen phase, the actively growing phase. The remainder were either broken, and I think there were 2 that were in the resting phase, the telogen phase.
And were you able to form any type of conclusion about those 21 hairs and how they may have been removed from her head?
So because they were in the anagen phase, some sort of force was needed to remove those hairs.
Some sort of what?
Force.
Force, okay. And when you explained to us your conclusion that you reached, and I may have misstated it, so I want to make sure you stated it correctly. What was the conclusion that you reached on the 29 hairs from the jacket?
So the 29 hairs either originated from Laken Riley or someone with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
And how were you able to determine that?
So in order to perform my comparison, basically the basic structure of a hair that you're looking at is the main body of the hair is called the cortex. That's where you find the pigment granules that give the hair its color. Running down the center of a hair is a tube-like structure called the medulla, which may or may not be present. And then running along the outside of the hair is a thin layer of scales called the cuticle. So in order for me to determine whether or not the questioned hairs are consistent with the known, I examine them using the stereo microscope, the low-powered microscope, and then I take them to a comparison microscope. So a comparison microscope is basically 2 microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge, where I can put the questioned hairs on one side and the known hairs on the other side and see them at the same time under the same field of view. So when I look at the hairs, I am examining features like the color of the hair granules, the distribution of these pigment granules, the density of them. I'm looking at the medulla. Is it continuous? Is it broken up? Is it not even there? Is it translucent? Is it opaque? I'm looking at features like the scales and any other microquestion hair to that in the known hair standard as I go from root to tip throughout the hair to determine whether or not the question hair falls within the range of the known.
And you did that for all of your hair comparisons in this case, that process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And is that process that you just described a generally accepted or widely accepted method of comparing hairs in your scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And has it been, this method been published in relevant scientific journals?
Yes, it has.
And is it reproducible and reliable?
It is.
When doing your comparisons that you just explained to us, and I'm going to move on to other objects, but in doing it, my question is globally for all the hair comparisons that you did in this case, did you follow the GBI's protocols and procedures in conducting the tests?
Yes, I did.
And does the GBI have specific protocols and procedures in how you do your microscopic hair analysis and comparison?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes,
And do you in fact train people on those?
I do.
And did you follow those in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to move on to rocks. Were you asked to look at hairs that were removed from 2 items? And I'm going to use your GBI numbers again. So for your case number 2024-100510, I want to refer your attention to 2 item numbers, and I'm talking your GBI item numbers, which would be items 2 and 3, are items 2 and 3 rocks.
Actually, I think those were our items
22 and 23. Yeah, sorry. 2 and 3 was the crime scene. Your item numbers 22 and 23 are those rocks from the crime scene.
Yes, they are.
And did you look at those hairs removed from those rocks from the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your results on that? Well, first of all, did you use the same process that you just described to us?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
I found off of one of the rocks, there were 2 hairs, and off the other rock, there were 27 hairs, all found to be microscopically consistent with the known head hair of Laken Riley, meaning they either originated from her or someone else with hair possessing the same distinct microscopic.
And finally, I want to ask you about a pair of underwear. Were you asked to examine Laken Riley's underwear that was removed at autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what is your GBI item number for that item of evidence?
Our GBI item number is item 44B.
I am going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 321. Open the bag, I want to, yeah, go ahead. Yes. Do you recognize State's 321?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your unique GBI number associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the item number for her underwear?
Yes.
Your GBI item number?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your initials too?
Yes,
Okay, and did you examine that underwear 321?
I did. Yes.
And can you tell the court what you did to it?
So for the underwear, I was asked to determine if the damage was a cut or a tear. So I used the stereo microscope, which is the low-powered microscope, to look at the damage and evaluate the features of the damage to determine that.
Did you see, and I'm gonna ask you to show it now, did you see damage to her underwear when you examined it?
Yes.
And how did you examine it?
Yes. So I looked visually and then also using that stereo microscope to examine.
And the damage that you see, can you show the court the damage that you see?
The damage is right here.
In the middle of the underwear. And you were asked to determine what about this damage?
I was asked to determine if it was cut or torn.
How did you go about determining whether it was cut or torn?
I looked at features of the damage. So some of the features that we might observe in something that is torn would be a curling under of the fabric. You might see the yarn ends might be frayed of differing lengths, lying in a different plane, whereas something that is cut would more likely be straight yarn ends that are less frayed. And then also you might see stretching. Also with a knit fabric like this one, sometimes you can see rows of loops that make up the knit fabric remain still intact with a torn fabric because they're being torn at the point of weakest structure. Whereas with a cut fabric, you might often see that those loops are cut straight through.
Did you perform your examination by using a microscope?
I did.
What were your conclusions?
I determined that this damage is consistent with having been torn.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes. You may cross-examine.
So let me ask you just a couple questions about the hair comparison that you testified about. Well, first of all, I heard you say that there was sort of published in scientific journals.
So the methods that we use are recognized throughout the scientific community as acceptable methods. And there is a standard published that describes the methods.
But that wasn't what Ms. Ross asked you, if their methods were published in scientific journals, and you said
Scientific journals have been published that have used the same methods.
Could you point me to one?
Sure. There's one journal by Hauk and Boudoyle that was discussing the discrimination of microscopical hair comparisons versus the results of mitochondrial hair comparisons.
What year was
I don't actually, I don't recall exact year. It was Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Was there any, are you aware of any public scientific publications outside of forensic sciences, like an academic science journal that has published a peer-reviewed article on hair comparison?
So most of the hair comparison articles are within forensic science journals that I am aware of.
And that is, those are the scientists like yourself who testify in court.
Some of them might testify in court.
But I mean, that's what forensic science is. It's right. It's the use of the application of science to legal investigation in the courtroom.
Yes, and there are people who work at universities who also work within the forensic science team.
I read about one FBI study from 2002. Are you familiar with that one?
Could you explain?
Well, it's the one where they found that in 80 cases that there was an 11% error rate based on the comparison that the microscopic hair examiners had compared against when the mitochondrial DNA was examined.
So that's actually the article that I mentioned. So yes, they did find that about 90% of the hair comparisons were in fact verified by a mitochondrial DNA exam. Of the ones that were not verified, a lot of them were more lightly colored blonde hairs that had less features for comparison.
But it did conclude that 11% of the examiners were wrong in that test.
I would not say wrong, that's just showing the limitations of this particular examination. So they did show that about 90%, they said about 11% were shown to be, did not actually support the microscopic comparison.
And so, but the mitochondrial DNA test.
They were just comparing basically the two examinations together to see what the results were from the mitochondrial DNA exams versus the microscopic.
You would agree that the mitochondrial DNA testing is going to be a lot more accurate than the hair comparison?
I would not say more accurate. So mitochondrial DNA also is not an absolute form of identification, and there is actually the potential for hair exams to distinguish individuals that mitochondrial DNA cannot.
Would have had the ability to go beyond the mitochondrial DNA profile test.
So yes, there's sometimes potential for nuclear DNA testing.
And you even note that in your report that, hey, if you want to go further and either confirm this test or eliminate Laken Riley as a potential donor of the hair, that DNA testing was available.
Yes, that's correct. That's possible.
That's all.
Call your next witness.
The state calls Katrina Ostapovich. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please take a
Can you hear me? Hang on, I'm gonna reload. It's StreamYard. Because if I switch over and just watch it, it's fine. I don't even know if you guys can hear me right now.
seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Trina, last name Ostapovicz.
And if you could adjust that microphone to make sure, and maybe scoot up a little bit, just to make sure that when you're speaking into the mic so everyone can hear you. Good afternoon. Where do you work?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI, crime lab.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I am a forensic serologist, so I test evidence that comes in to the forensic biology department for the presence of bodily fluids, semen, saliva, and blood.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 3 years.
Tell us about your duty or your education and your training that qualifies you for your job.
I have a master's in biomedical forensic science from Boston University. I also underwent approximately 6 months of training at the GBI, which included mock casework and written and oral exams.
And what, in general terms, I think you've already told us, but as a serologist, how do you look for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I perform testing. The majority of it is what's called chemical color change tests, or essentially I add different chemicals to small sections of a sample or a stain item. And if there is a color change, it's considered a positive result. If there is no color change, it's considered a negative result.
How many items have you had the opportunity to test in your time at the GBI for the presence of blood, semen, and saliva?
I'm not sure, hundreds at this point.
And in doing your test at the GBI, are you familiar with your policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
And do you all have policies and procedures about how you are supposed to perform your job?
Yes.
And did you follow those in conducting your test in this case?
Yes, I did.
Have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the field of forensic serology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Ostapovich as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Objection. Go out and testify in the area of forensic serology.
Ms. Ostapovich, I want to direct your attention to your unique case number 2024-100-5107. Is that the case that is associated with Laken Riley?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct some testing on items in her case to determine the presence, if there is blood, semen, or saliva present?
Yes, I do.
We're gonna go item by item, but not necessarily in the order in which you tested it. So if you need to refer to your notes of your report, please let me know. First of all, though, I want to talk to you about your item number 2 at the GPI. What is your item number 2 at the GPI?
Can I look at my report?
Sure.
My item number 2 at the GBI is a sealed package containing 3 black gloves.
And those 3 black gloves, did you test those 3 black gloves?
Yeah.
Okay. And prior to conducting tests on those 3 black gloves, did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 291, 292, and 293. Ask that you recognize, if you recognize those, we'll start there.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize 291 and 293? What are they?
They are photographs that I took of some of the gloves that were in item.
Thank you. And do they fairly and accurately depict the gloves as you observed them? And on what day did you take these photos?
I took these photos on February 23rd, 2024, and yes, they show what I saw when I opened.
Say we move to admit 291 through 290. Those are the only photos. But I'll show her the actual item. But we gotta wait for a ruling on the admission.
291, 292, 293 are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor, and could you put the Elmo up?
Yes.
Starting first with States 291. First of all, where were you when these photographs were taken?
This was at my workbench in the serology lab.
So you're at the crime lab?
Yes,
Did you observe any damage to these gloves?
yes, I did.
What damage did you observe, and can you see it in the photograph 291? And if you can, if you could use a pointer, there should be a pointer next to you. Show us with the pointer. Go ahead.
Can I stand?
Yes, you may, so long as you keep your voice up.
Okay.
And if you could, just make sure you keep your voice up so Madam Court Reporter can hear you, but she's turning, I think, so she can hear you. Okay.
Okay. So there was quite a bit of damage on these gloves. The most notable was there a large tear or rub mark, I suppose, right here in between the thumb and the forefinger.
And was there holes in the thumb area of the gloves?
Yes.
Can you show those to us?
So yeah, you can see it right around here.
And you're circling the thumb area of the glove on 291 for the record.
Yes.
Was there more than one hole in these gloves?
As far as I recall, yes.
States 292. What are we looking at there?
So yes, this, you can see there's a hole here, which is down.
I hate to stop you, but I can tell Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you, so keep your voice up. Okay, you're good. All right, there's a hole at the bottom. You were pointing to the bottom of 292.
Yes, so there's a hole around like the wrist area in here, and then there's a hole up in the finger area up here as well.
States 293. What are we looking at there?
So this is, again, glove. And then there is a hole up here, on the finger up here, and one up in this finger up here, and then there's some tearing down here as well.
On the thumb area?
Yeah, that thumb area.
Thank you. You can resume your seat. So in front of you, I have a bag. If you could just look inside that bag, see if you see your initials on that bag.
I do see my initials, yes.
And inside that bag, what item number is that, please? Yeah.
This bag?
Yes.
The bag is item number 2.
All right, and so in that bag, would that be the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did to the gloves that we saw in the photographs?
So the gloves in the photographs, I performed a blood examination. This involves essentially 2 chemical color change tests that are run simultaneously. One of them, a positive result, would be a bluish-greenish color change, and the other would be a pinkish color change. Both of those would need to be positive, like show a positive color change in order to be considered presumptively positive for blood and then sent on for DNA.
What were your results of those tests?
For each of the gloves, my results were that I got both showed a positive color change, so both were presumptively positive for blood.
And did those go on to DNA?
Yes, they did.
I want to ask you about a jacket, which is your item number 3. Did you conduct testing on item number 3?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that is weird.
Due to item number 3.
For item number 3, I also
Unless he didn't have
performed
gloves
a
on yet,
chemical color
maybe?
change test, or the same chemical color change test. It was a blood examination on a visible stain on the jacket.
And when you say a visible stain, what did you see?
I saw a reddish brown stain on the jacket, which is what I tested.
What kind of test did you do on that reddish brown stain?
It was a blood exam, so it was the same 2 chemical color change tests as I performed on the gloves.
What were your results?
It was both tests showed positive color changes, so it was presumptively positive for blood.
And the blood on the jacket, did you do anything to the jacket once you realized there was blood on the jacket, or not once you realized it, once you tested it and your tests were positive?
Yes, I cut out the stained area and packaged it in its own package for it to be sent on for DNA.
So I'm going to approach with two items. The first is what has been marked State's Exhibit 147, but is your evidence number 3. So I want you to look at that, see if you recognize your initials on that, and recognize that item.
Yes, I do.
And is that the jacket that you conducted the test on that you just told us about?
Yes, it is.
And I want to first go with the cutting then. And may I publish, it's already been admitted, may I publish 147, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you show us on 147 where you did your cutting?
Yes, so I took a cutting from right here, which is the shoulder area.
So that would be the
jacket.
left shoulder area of the jacket
Yes,
where we see the white?
yes,
Okay, that's your cutting.
yes it is.
State's Exhibit 176, what's that?
This is the envelope that I placed the cutting into, and that was then sent on for DNA.
And do you see
Possible.
your initials on that 176?
Yes, I do.
And your unique case number?
Yes, I do.
State admit that states 176.
Any objection? 176.
So this might sound like a silly question, but when you tested the jacket for blood and your results were positive, does that mean there's blood on this jacket?
It means that there's likely blood on this jacket. My tests are presumptive, so I can't say with absolute certainty that it's blood.
And then it goes from where to from you?
Then it gets sent on for DNA testing.
And what did you observe about the stain that caused you to test it?
So blood has a distinctive reddish brown staining. So when performing blood exams on large items like pieces of clothing, I look for reddish brown stained areas, and those are the ones that I test.
And did you see reddish brown stains on the jacket?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about a part of a tree. Did you test part of a tree?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to that part of the tree, and what is that item number for the GBI?
Number for the GBI is item number 24, I believe.
You can
and I
not even have
performed,
gloves on and leave a partial
the
print,
2
though.
chemical color change tests that I had mentioned before for both the gloves and the jackets. I performed blood exam.
What were your results?
Both tests gave positive color change results, so presented.
2 rocks. What are the item numbers? Did you test 2 rocks?
Yes, I did.
What are your item numbers of those 2 rocks for the GBI?
For the GBI, the item numbers are number 22 and 23.
What did you do to those 2 rocks?
I performed a blood exam, so those same 2 chemical color change tests.
And what were your results? And did you do your results for both of those rocks?
For both rocks, both tests gave positive color change results, so they were presumptively positive for blood.
And where did they go from there?
They were then sent on for DNA.
Finally, I want to ask you about the presence of blood.
Yes, I did.
What is that item number for you at the GBI?
That would be item number 39.
And I want to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 151. Asks you, first of all, GBI case number.
Yes, I did.
And do you see the item number that you just told me was the hat?
Yes, I do.
And can you look inside of that item number before it's open already? You don't have to do it quickly, but I just want you to look inside.
Yes.
And what do you see inside of State's, what's my number looking inside? 151.
I see a black Adidas hat.
Okay, and is this the black Adidas hat? regulations. 150 was admitted this morning. 150 was admitted this morning. All that settled is in, can you, where on that item did you test for the presence of blood?
So I tested for the presence of blood on each of these circled marks. So one on the brim here, and then I believe seven, I believe, on the hat itself, and then one on the bottom of the brim.
Okay, no more comments are getting put on the screen. I answer your questions, and then I remember people are going to watch the replay, and I'm going to answer questions, and they're not going to know why I'm saying what I'm saying. So then I remember, oh, I got to grab the question and put it on the screen or comment, whatever. And then it crashes StreamYard. So no more comment on the screen for the rest of the day because it keeps crashing StreamYard. I'm sorry. It's not me. It's StreamYard. And I didn't do live streams before they got changed owners or whatever. I don't know if this happened before. I have nothing to compare it to. So. Oh, I want to put that on the screen. StreamYard hates just because it's logical jumps. Yeah, you make too much sense for them. They just don't want to hear it.
This had one of these had a positive result. Gave positive color changes.
And which one was it?
I believe it was this one down here, 9 on the bottom of the brim.
On the brim of the hat, on the inside, though.
On the inside, yes.
Where you circled it. Is that your circling?
Yes, that's my circling.
That's what you do when you're processing.
Yes, it is.
And so when that tested positive for blood, what did you do with this?
It was then sent on, or I swabbed it, packaged the swabs, and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Just like you had done for all the other items that had tested positive.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to test a white styrofoam cup and its top and a straw? And you don't have to tell me which of these items for the presence of amylase.
I guess I did.
Okay, what is amylase, first of all?
Amylase is a component of saliva. It is the component that helps to digest carbohydrates.
Handing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 141. You can look inside of there if you need to. You recognize 141.
Yes, I did.
And what is your GBI crime lab number or item number associated with that?
Item 64.
And what did you do to item 64?
So I tested the straw and I tested the rim of the cup for the presence of amylase and saliva. That's a different chemical color change exam, but it works much the same way. For this one, positive color change would be a blue color. And I tested, as I said, the rim of the cup and the straw separately.
And did you put your initials on them?
I put my initials on the bag. I did not put my initials on myself. That's not mine.
So the rim and the rim of the cup, which is in my hand,
Yes.
and then the straw, which is also in my right hand.
Yes.
What were your results of your amylase test for the cup and straw?
So the cup was a negative result or no color change, and the straw had a positive chemical color change or a color change to blue, which means it's presumptively positive for amylase, saliva, and then was then sent on for DNA.
Quit making good points when I can't put it on the screen.
Did you examine all of the clothing of Laken Riley for the presence of semen or seminal fluid?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
So at first, the first step is taking each article of clothing to the ALS or the alternate light source. This functions much like a black light, where stains that might not be visible to the human eye glow underneath the black light, underneath the ALS. And then for each of those stains that I saw, I then performed another chemical color change test for the presence of a component of seminal fluid. For this one, the positive color change would have been to a pinkish purple color.
What were your results of all of your tests for her clothing?
For all of the clothing, I found stains to test, but each stain was negative or no color change, except for one stain on the underwear, which had a weak positive result.
And so what were you able to do with that, if anything?
So with that weak positive result, what I then did was I moved it forward into the testing. I performed a microscopic exam, or essentially I took a small cutting of it and looked for the presence of sperm cells, and that was negative. So I then performed another test for the presence of seminal fluid. This one functions more somewhat like a pregnancy exam, where during the testing, if you get 2 lines, it's positive, and 1 line, it's negative. For this, I got 1 line, so it was negative.
So in the end, does that mean there was no seminal fluid or semen present
Yes, that's what that means.
on any of her clothes?
On any of the clothing.
May I have one moment here?
No, it wasn't you. It was just because they weren't like exam gloves, like nitrile gloves. And he said, did they confirm with the restaurant or the dining hall or whatever where they worked if they matched those gloves at the restaurant? No, don't be sorry. I'm just teasing. That's a good point.
Here, and I just kind of want to go through how the
Because anybody can go buy a box of gloves.
Receives a piece of evidence. It sends them to people to be kind of presumptively tested. There's different levels of testing that go on. Is that right?
So the presumptive testing would be like a screening procedure.
I have a box of gloves right here.
That's kind of what you're doing in this case.
I mean, anybody can get a box of gloves.
Obviously, there's limited resources. We can't test everything for everything. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your job to kind of figure out what needs to go on to the next person.
Yes, through my testing.
Okay. And so we call them presumptive tests because they're not definitive, but they're worth looking at further.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you looked at the gloves in this case, did you notice whether or not they were whether you could only wear them on one hand or the other? I'm going to say dexterous, but it's ambidextrous is the word that I'm looking for. I'm sure there's a better word for it.
No, I did not. As I said, they were quite torn up. There was a lot of holes in them, and as with a lot of gloves, including the ones I'm wearing right now, they can be put on either hand.
Okay. And so there's no part of your examination that would tell you which hand any of these gloves were being worn on?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned some holes that were, you said the biggest one, it sounded like, was between the thumb and the index finger. Is that right?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. And there were also some holes on one of the thumbs. Is that right?
I believe, yeah, there was some tearing on one of the thumbs and then on some of the other fingers as well.
Okay, and some of the other fingers. Did you measure those at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you try to reconstruct where on the thumb those would be? I mean, were there pieces of plastic missing, for instance?
No, I didn't do that. That's not part of what of the testing that I performed, though.
Okay. And you don't know how the gloves were ripped, obviously.
No, I did not.
Okay. And I noticed that you're wearing gloves now. Is that to prevent DNA transfer, to prevent biological contamination?
At this point, it is, yes, to prevent biological contamination from me to anything or from anything to me.
Okay. And if you had holes in those gloves, obviously you would be worried about biological contamination, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay. On the cap that we looked at, do you know who that was taken off of?
No, I do
Do you
not.
know how it was collected?
No, I do not.
And you first look at these things visually, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you circling places that you had visually seen what you thought might be blood?
On the hat?
Yep.
On the hat. So for that, I was circling ones that I visually saw blood, but then I took that one under the ALF as well, because there is a setting that can be used to look for blood, as blood does not fluoresce. So blood looks very dark under ALS.
Okay. And the area that you noted that was positive for blood was area number 9. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, when you say you believe so, how would you know? I mean, it's not in your report as to which one of these circles was presumptive for blood, was it?
No, but the way that blood testing works is that I perform test after test after test for each stain, and I continue on until there are no more stains left or until I find something that is positive. So the final circle there would be the one that was positive. And the one that I had circled that was under the brim there was labeled as number 9, and that was the highest number.
Okay. And then how did you know, we saw in the jacket that you cut out a piece of that.
She stops when she gets a positive?
Was there any more processing in the hat that was done?
She doesn't keep going? That's
Well,
weird.
the hat, because I took the presumptive positive result that I got was on the brim, which would not be feasible to cut. That I swabbed that and then sent the swabs on for DNA.
Okay. You also performed the semen analysis, which is the last thing that you talked with Ms. Ross about. I just want to be clear about something. There were some presumptive tests, and again, we have a layering of things to make sure we're right on this. There were some presumptively positive tests, but ultimately, there was no semen or seminal fluid found on anything, any of the clothes that you were sent as part of coming off Laken Riley.
Yes, so there was one stain that had one positive result, but overall, yes, there was no semen or seminal fluid on any of the clothing.
Okay. Had there been anything that was positive from your end of however many layers you have to go through, you would have sent that on for further testing, correct?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, and that would have been sent to be DNA tested, correct?
Yes, it would have.
Okay, that's all the question I have.
Were you correct?
No, sir.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir. May we approach quickly while she's.
Yes. You're excused.
Why do they need to approach? They mark spots that are presumptive for blood, and when she gets a positive, she stops. What happened to the rule of completeness? Completeness. Like, I know they're not attorneys, and that's a law thing, but it should be in examining stuff too, I would think. And like the rock, they said that they sent the rock to the lab, right? They would have found her blood on it. Well, no, he had gloves on. I was gonna say they would find his touch DNA on the rock too, but if he had gloves on, they wouldn't. So it wouldn't have done any good if they'd swabbed the other side of the rock. But maybe he didn't have the gloves on when he first approached her when she started to call 911. Maybe that's how. And you can leave a partial even if you don't have gloves on, because he was, he was grabbing it out of her hand. Maybe there was a struggle over it and he just got a partial thumbprint on it. I don't know, but his DNA got under her fingernail somehow. Okay, during the lunch break, I don't know if y'all have heard what Whoopi Goldberg. I don't like to talk about politics, but we can kind of talk about this without talking. I mean, we'll have to talk about the politic aspect a little bit, but have you guys heard about her deal with this bakery on Staten Island? Apparently there's some kind of special dessert that they make that her mom used to always get, and for her birthday she wanted to get, they're like, excuse me. Yeah, if the glove ripped it, there would be DNA on the rock. Yeah. They're called Charlotte Russe, I think. And they're these like pink, they're kind of like cupcake looking things, but they're more like a cylinder with like icing on the top and a cherry. They're very pretty. And I think exactly. I started to put that on the screen. People put too much into celebrity culture. Yes, just because. Yes. And she said that this bakery would not make them for her. And she said, well, I don't think it's because I'm a woman, so it must be because of my political views or something to that effect. GBBO? What is that? Charlotte Russes. Okay, now I'm going to have to look that up. I'd never heard of them before this thing happened. But apparently, their boiler was... This bakery's been in business for like 145, 160 years, like a really long time. Oh, Great British Bake Off. Oh. For over 100 years. And it's been family owned all this time. And Whoopi did not say the name of the bakery on the show, but I don't know how they knew this was the bakery, but people started calling this bakery and being really rude, like from all over the country and other countries too. And then she said, but then somebody else called in and ordered them for me, and they were able to make them. But what happened was they got called to get their boiler replaced. They didn't know how long it was going to take. So it wasn't like a flat out refusal. It was, I can't promise that they will be done in time. Oh, I didn't realize that, because I was like, New York City refusing Whoopi because of her politics? No way. So then she does this, I don't know if it was supposed to be an apology video on Instagram, but it wasn't really an apology video. She just basically said that they were saying it was because of an equipment error, but somebody else called in and then they made them. But I mean, if you want to keep your reputation, you're not going to say yes to something, yes to an order that you don't think you can fulfill. And they weren't sure they were going to be able to get the boiler replaced in time. But then when whoever called in for her, without mentioning her name and called in, they had gotten the boiler replaced and was able to fill it. So now, there's been like news segments on it, and they're bringing lawyers on and asking them, do they have a case against her? And they're like, yeah, it's defamation per se, even though she didn't actually mention the bakery's name. And I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what happened in the Johnny Depp case. That was defamation per se. And he won. But I don't know. I don't think I would sue her. I would just let it go. I think, because I don't know who organized the press conference, but they had a big press conference. I'm assuming it was televised as well as live streamed. I saw it on YouTube. And I mean, I don't think she did it to have the bakery shut down or have them lose customers. I just think it's just Whoopi being Whoopi. I mean, gosh, just let it go. Yeah. And now they're getting all this support, like extra support, because, you can buy stuff from them online too. They're actually getting more attention because this happened. So people are too sue happy nowadays. And she's been sued before. No, she didn't. She did it. And I love Whoopi Goldberg. She says a lot of stuff. She says a lot of stuff that I don't think she should say. But or she says stuff that gets misunderstood. It gets like twisted around. And there are other times she says stuff that I just think are flat out wrong. But everybody's allowed to have their own opinion. And that's the way she perceived that. If you ask somebody to do something for you and they said, no, I can't do it. And then somebody else was like, oh, well, I'll go ask them and I won't say your name and see if they'll do it for me. And then they did it for you. What are you going to think? I mean, that's a logical conclusion to come to. Well, they wouldn't do it for me, but they did it for this person. So what are you going to think? So I wouldn't sue her, but that's just me. I'd let it go. But I was watching the video during the break. I was like, during the lunch break, I was like, oh, good. I got something to talk about during one of the breaks on the trial now. Because, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And like I said, they're going to get more business because of it. Yeah, she didn't say it as a statement of fact because she was like, well, I don't think it was because I was a woman, so it must have been because of my political views. It must have been. She didn't know. So, yeah, there's always stuff, though, when we watch these trials that we wish investigators did differently. There's always something. We always say there's something. They should have investigated this differently or that differently. It's like I can't talk. Monday morning quarterbacking, life is too short to fight over tall, skinny cupcakes. Man, those things look good too. My cousin had weight loss surgery last year, I think. And I did the gastric sleeve, which they used to call that getting your stomach stapled. They literally just stapled my stomach and took a large part of it off. She did the whole gastric bypass where Like my stomach, it's probably bigger now, but at the time of the surgery, it was the size of a banana. But my cousin's is like this. It's teeny, teeny, tiny. What is that from? It's a Yorkshire pudding, not a popover. I do not know that reference. So when they do the bypass, they reroute your intestines. Like it bypasses some of your intestines, and you can't process sugar correctly anymore. So it makes you really nauseous when you eat sugar. And that is why I did not get the bypass. And for years, I was like, oh, I should have got the bypass because I didn't lose any weight. Because I didn't. This weight loss is from, they put me on medication. And it's not the, what's that stuff called? The new stuff that everybody's taking for weight loss. That's a shot. I'm not on that stuff. That stuff's dangerous. I'm not going to take that. What's it called? It's also too expensive. Dang it. Ozempic? I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, Wegovy and Ozempic. Those two. Yeah, I think that's one of them too. So I'm on a migraine medicine, and they put me on, back when I had bad migraines, they put me on it and it didn't help my migraines, but I lost 30 pounds. And when they took me off of it, I was mad. I'm like, no, give me that back. And they were like, it's not helping your migraines. I said, I don't care. I'm losing weight. So that's when I'm back on now. Then I've dropped all this weight. And when I went to see the doctor the other day, I'm like, can I stay on this for the rest of my life? And he's like, sure. Great. So I was counting my weight loss from March. I weighed 260 and now I'm at 208. He's counting from before my weight loss. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I got a prescription for Ozempic because of my blood sugar, but it was $400 a month. With insurance, it was $400 a month. Because I was like, oh, yay, I can lose weight and take care of my blood sugar. But my blood sugar is to the point now I don't need my insulin anymore. They took me off of one of my pills. So I'm only on the one pill now. Which that is the one that also helps with weight loss. So I'm doing good in that respect.
Ready? You may call your next witness.
So now when my cousin and I go to Universal, I can have butterbeer still and she can't. She said she'll have a sip of mine. I was like, okay. But she promised me if I lost 50 pounds, she would take me to Universal. So we're going to go to Universal for her. My birthday's the 13th, her is the 18th.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. State and spell your first and last.
Ashley Hinkle, A-S-A.
Wow.
L-E-Y-H-I-N-K.
She's coming in loud and clear.
Where are you employed?
I'm
What now?
in the Division of Forensic Sciences in the Forensic Biology section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long have you been working there?
Approximately 18 years.
What is your title and your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crime lab scientist. My duties and responsibilities include analyzing evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are present, I attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare that profile to reference sample profiles that are collected directly from an individual. I'm also trained in a software program to analyze complex mixtures called TrueAllele.
What is your education and your training that qualifies you for your job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center. I have continuing education and proficiency testing on a yearly basis. I also have a approximately 1-year training initially in the TrueAllele software.
And that is initially, when were you first trained on the TrueAllele software?
2017.
How long was that training and what did it consist of?
It was approximately a year. It consisted of, we had a presentation from Dr. Perlin, who is the creator of the TrueAllele software. We read literature on TrueAllele and videos that were available. We had mock samples of known mixtures with known contributors, and we performed the testing from start to finish on those mock samples.
And so just to explain a little bit about that process, would that be like you taking my DNA and your DNA, mixing it together so you know it's mine and you know it's yours, and you know at what levels we both contributed, you would then test it in TrueAllele and see if it was accurate?
Yes, it's employee profiles mostly, and we can't practice on casework samples, so we have to use these type of samples for training.
So for training, y'all practice on yourselves, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that for the TrueAllele software in this case as well, and you receive ongoing training?
Yes.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for DNA in your career at the GBI?
In the thousands.
How many times have you testified as an expert in a court of law in the field of forensic serology, forensic DNA, and TrueAllele?
Approximately 300 times.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in the fields of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and TrueAllele.
Objection.
Purdue, all the motions that were involved in this judge, really an expert in this case.
I will allow the witness to testify in the other area of forensic biology, DNA profile comparison, TrueAllele software process.
I want to direct your attention to your case number 2024-1005107. Is that the case number associated with Laken Riley for the GBI?
Yes, it is.
And did you conduct DNA testing in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to go item by item to talk about which items you tested, what type of DNA testing you did, your methodologies that you used, and your results. But if you could first globally tell us what types of DNA testing are involved in this particular case with this case number?
The DNA testing, it consists of what we call traditional DNA testing, where we look at 21 locations along the DNA strand that we use to compare between individuals. Everyone should have a unique profile except for identical siblings. The next type of testing was YSTRs, where we look at 27 locations along the Y chromosome. This allows us to tell if a male individual is present or not present in a DNA mixture where there is too much female DNA that it overshadows the male profile. Also, TrueAllele testing was used.
And in all the types of DNA testing, traditional, YSTR, and TrueAllele, did you follow the GBI's policies and procedures as regards to each of those different types of DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And Of the methods that you used for traditional DNA, YSTR DNA, and TrueAllele DNA, are all of those methods and the methodology that you use generally or widely accepted in your scientific community?
Yes,
Have they been published, the methodology, in relevant scientific journals?
yes,
Has it been tested, and are those methodologies reliable and reproducible?
yes, they are.
And were your results in this case, all of your results, peer-reviewed by another scientist?
Yes, they were.
And is that part of the GBI protocols and procedures?
Yes, it is.
And was it followed in this case?
Yes, it was.
I want to start with you let's just go item by item. And we're going to start with the first item, if you don't mind. How about a jacket, item 3 from the crime lab? Did you test, and I've got item 3 here, so one more. Did you test a blue jacket and a cutting from the blue jacket for DNA?
Yes, I tested a cutting from a blue jacket as well as contact swabbings from the blue jacket.
What is contact swabbing?
Contact swabbings are an attempt to attain a profile from someone generally wearing an item of clothing. It doesn't work too well for just touching an item of clothing, but it's someone who has physical contact with their skin and clothing, as compared to just testing for bodily fluids.
And I want to ask you that question. So you will do contact swabbing for someone if you believe they wore the item of clothing. Why doesn't contact swabbing work well for people just touching an item of clothing?
There is a minimum amount of DNA that needs to be present for the testing to be reliable and reproducible. So just touching generally doesn't leave enough skin cells behind to obtain a profile.
I'm going to hand you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 147, and there's also a cutting from State's 147. Do you recognize these 2 items? And the cutting, for the record, is 176, and I'll give you some gloves if you need them.
Yeah.
Do you recognize those 2 items?
I recognize 176, yes, and I recognize that it comes from the jacket, although I did not handle the jacket myself.
Because that was done by Katrina before you?
Yes.
Okay, if you need those. And so can you tell us for the jacket, the cuttings from the jacket, which is 150 again? It's right in front of you.
176.
176. What did you do to 176? What type of DNA testing did you do on the jacket? And what were your results? And if we could start first with the traditional DNA with the cutting.
Traditional DNA testing was where we look at the 21 locations along the DNA strand. Do you want me to go through the process or just?
Sure, go ahead just for one. I don't want you to go through the process for every single item, but for the first one, go ahead.
The first step is to extract the DNA from the material. This is used by taking a small cutting, placing it in a tube with chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material. A robot is used in this step as well. The next step is to quantitate the amount of DNA to see if there is human DNA present. We then make copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations we use to compare between individuals. These locations are different in size, and it's these difference in sizes that help distinguish individuals. These fragments of DNA are separated on an instrument called a genetic analyzer, and it is the software from this genetic analyzer that we use. No, it is the data from the genetic analyzer that we use with the software program to type a profile.
When you conducted testing from the cutting of the jacket, that would have been traditional DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
There was a partial major profile obtained from the cutting from the jacket, and that matched the profile of Laken Riley. There was also a partial minor profile obtained from the cutting from the blue jacket, and that matched the profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra. There are 2 people contributing to this DNA profile.
Now, since this is a mixture of 2 people, Why didn't this go to TrueAllele? Why were you able to do traditional DNA testing on this jacket cutting?
We are able to use other methods to separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, which is necessary in order for us to say whether a reference sample matches or not. Sometimes we can't separate mixtures into individual contributor genotypes, so that is when we use the software program.
So do you have a threshold at the GBI in which you send items to TrueAllele versus dealing with them in traditional DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And so the cutting from the jacket, did it fall below the threshold where you had to send it to TrueAllele, or was it above the threshold so you could keep traditional DNA?
It was above that threshold, yes.
Right. And so did you assign a frequency for the partial profile of Jose Antonio Ibarra for the jacket?
Yes, the partial minor profile was 1 in 9 billion individuals.
And this mixture of Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra on the jacket cutting is just the two of them?
Yes.
And prior to, I guess I should ask you this, did you obtain or did you have at the laboratory known DNA samples of Laken Riley?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Known DNA sample of Diego Ibarra?
Yes.
And known DNA sample of Argenis Ibarra?
Yes.
The jacket, does that complete the traditional DNA results on the jacket cutting?
There was a probability for the match to Laken Riley.
If you could give us that too.
1 in 10 quintillion individuals.
What about the contact swabs on the jacket? What were your results for that? Were you able to do traditional DNA or did you have to go to TrueAllele?
Those were a complex mixture that had to go to TrueAllele.
And what were your results? And tell us for your first TrueAllele results, we're not going to repeat it for every item. How did you move on to the next step for the contact swabs for the blue jacket into TrueAllele? What was that process? What did you do?
The TrueAllele process consists of using the electronic files that are generated by the genetic analyzer, as well as controls that we use in the testing. They are uploaded into a software program. I determine the number of contributors I believe is in a mixture, and then the software performs calculations to assign probabilities for genetic combinations at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand for each contributor. And at the end, those possible genotypes are compared to a reference sample, and a likelihood ratio is given in the form of a match statistic.
What in general is a likelihood ratio?
Likelihood ratio is a ratio of probabilities. The probabilities of seeing the mixture with one person's reference sample over the population database.
The TrueAllele results from the contact swabbings from the jacket, what were they?
The contact swabbings from the jacket contained a mixture of at least 3 individuals. A match was identified between the major evidence genotype from the contact swabbings from the blue jacket and Jose Antonio Ibarra. A match between the contact swabbings from the jacket and Jose Ibarra is approximately 100 trillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
How many zeros are in 100 trillion?
Billion is 9, trillion is 12, and then it's 100, so it's 14.
What was the results for the other person in the mixture?
Match was identified between a major second major evidence genotype and Laken Riley. that match is approximately 8 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And you said there were at least, you said how many people in the mixture?
At least 3.
Were you able to make a conclusion regarding other individuals that might be present in the jacket? And I guess specifically, did you compare the known DNA of Jose Ibarra to see if he was present in that mixture?
Yes, I did, because our comparisons are for unrelated individuals. I went ahead and did the comparison to the 2 brothers.
Okay, and what were your results first for Jose Ibarra? Was he present in that mixture?
No, he was not present in the major contributors. The match is approximately 60 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And so does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Diego Ibarra? Did you look to see if he was in that mixture?
For Diego Ibarra and the profile from the contact swabbings from the blue jacket, he was approximately 10 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. For this match likelihood ratio, there is a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion, and that is based on our validation data.
Was Diego excluded?
Yes, he was.
Were your TrueAllele results for the jacket concordant or consistent with your traditional DNA results for the jacket?
They were different samples, but yes.
The same 2 people?
Correct.
I had a very awkwardly worded question, thank you. It was the same 2 people, both traditional and TrueAllele?
Yes.
Moving on then to gloves, black gloves. Can you tell me, did you have the opportunity to test some black gloves and do DNA testing on those? And what item number would that be for you for the GPI?
I tested swabbings as well as contact swabbings from 3 black gloves. The black gloves are item 2A, 2B, and 2C. The swabbings and contact swabbings were item 6 through item 11.
What were your results?
Each one?
Yes, please. Sorry. You can start with 2A.
2A. The contact swabbings from the black glove contains the DNA profile of at least 2 individuals. The partial major profile matched Laken Riley. The frequency of the partial major profile from the contact swabbings from the black glove, 2A, item 7, is approximately 1 in 10 octillion individuals in the population. And due to limited data, I could not make any conclusions about the minor contributor. So that was, the data was sent to TrueAllele testing.
Okay. And what were the TrueAllele results?
For the, sorry. 2A, item 7, at least 2 individuals. Again, it matched Laken Riley. This time it was 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, we still cannot make any conclusions about the minor contributor. When a contributor is less than 4% of the overall mixture, we don't make any conclusions based on our validation.
So you're not able to tell who else is there?
Correct.
Next item, which would be glove 2B. Same question, same format.
The next one to be item 8. Again, on this one, there was a DNA profile of 1 individual. That profile matched Laken Riley, and the probability was 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
So on one of the gloves, which was 2B, it's just Laken Riley.
Correct.
2C.
2C. Or 2B, item 9. Yes.
The third glove.
Thought we were still on two.
I thought we finished 2B. It was just Laken Riley.
2B, item 9 was at least one individual, and it matched Laken Riley with the same, with 1 in 500 octillion individuals, but there was one additional genetic allele marker. But based on our policy, we couldn't make any conclusions about this one marker.
So would that be inconclusive as well?
For the minor contributor, yes.
Okay. All right. And 2C.
2C, item 11, is at least 2 individuals. The major contributor to this profile from the contact swabbings, 2C from the gloves, is Laken Riley, approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And were you able to make any kind of conclusions about anyone else in that one?
Again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributors, so it also went to TrueAllele testing.
And what were your TrueAllele results?
2C, item 11, again, a mixture of 2 individuals, at least 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, 10 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And again, due to limited data, being below 5% mixture ratio, mixture contribution, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Did you test the fingernails of Laken Riley?
Yes.
How did you?
The fingernails were tested for traditional DNA as well as for YSTRs and TrueAllele.
What were Laken Riley's fingernails, her item number in your unique item number for her case number?
Fingernail clippings from the right hand, item 18A, or is the swabbings was item 42. The swabbings from the left hand fingernails were item 18B. The swabbings were item 43.
Okay. So did you look at both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes.
Tell us your process and tell us your results, starting first with her right hand.
The right hand, the extraction, amplification, quantitation amplification steps I previously detailed were used. And sorry. Amplification was performed with the traditional DNA method. And because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions. We went ahead and did YSTR testing as well on the fingernail clippings.
And did you do YSTR testing before you did TrueAllele?
They're kind of at the same time.
So why don't we talk about YSTR first on the right hand, and then we'll move to the TrueAllele for the right hand, and then we'll repeat the questions for the left.
For the right hand, there was the YSTR haplotype was one individual, one male individual, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra cannot be excluded from the YSTR haplotype from the right-hand swabbings and the left-hand swabbings. Under the assumption no mutation has occurred, paternal male relatives also cannot be excluded.
So paternal brothers share the same YSTR haplotype, is that the word?
They should, unless there's a mutation.
And did you actually see a mutation in this particular case?
Yes, there was a mutation in Diego Ibarra.
include Diego Ibarra as the donor of the male profile underneath Laken Riley's right hand?
Yes,
And so you could not, under YSTR, exclude Argenis Ibarra, you told us,
correct,
and you could not exclude Jose Antonio Ibarra.
correct.
Did the right fingernails go on to TrueAllele?
Yes, they did.
And what were your results in TrueAllele?
Can I state the probability for the YSTR?
You may, yes, sorry.
The water profile has been observed in 29,207 total individuals in the national database. So it is expected to occur approximately in 1 in 9,750 male individuals.
And moving on to TrueAllele.
For TrueAllele, the wet dry throbbings from the fingernail clippings from the right hand, 18A item 42 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. We assume that the profile of Laken Riley was present when we did the calculations, so there will be no match statistic for her because it's an intimate sample. The DNA clippings from the right hand, and the match was to Jose Antonio Ibarra. The match is 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Was Diego Ibarra able to be excluded by TrueAllele?
Diego's Ibarra's match was approximately 1 billion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population, with a 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
Does that mean he was excluded?
Yes.
What about Argenis Ibarra?
Argenis Ibarra, his match was 200 trillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Again, the 5.36% chance of a false exclusion.
And does that mean Argenis Ibarra was excluded?
Yes.
So then moving on to the left hand, and does that complete the results from the right hand?
Yes, it does.
So that would be in the right hand, the TrueAllele results would be Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
Left hand.
Left hand contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. Again, the reference of Laken Riley was assumed in the calculations.
And why are you permitted to do that?
Because the DNA is collected directly. DNA to be there, so we can data. We cannot make any conclusions about the foreign evidence genotype from the swabbings from the left hand. So again, that fell under the 4%.
Moving on then, did that complete both, that completed the fingernails, right and left?
Yes.
And what?
The straw was 64B, and the swabbings from the straw was item 66.
What did you do to the straw, and what were your results of the swabbings from the straw?
The serologist prepared swabbings.
I didn't notice before.
The same swabbings to.
Now I hear swabbing every
And a
time.
serologist in this case, would that be Katrina Ostapovich?
Yes.
And so what did you do once you, what were your results of the straw then?
The results from the straw was, for the traditional DNA testing, I could not make any conclusions because it was about a 50-50 mixture. So I cannot separate the profile into individual contributors. The swabbings of the straw contained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. There was a match from the swabbings of the straw to Jose Ibarra. This is approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And what about the other DNA profiles there in the straw?
The other profiles, Jose Ibarra was excluded from the data from the swabbings, 10 sextillion times less probable than a coincidental match. Diego Ibarra was also excluded, 10 quadrillion times less probable than a coincidental match.
And what about Laken Riley?
She was also excluded, 200 million times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person.
And were you able to, other than identifying a match to the likelihood ratio of Jose Ibarra to approximately 50 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population, were you able to draw any other conclusions about the profile in the straw?
The profile from the straw, I know it shouldn't be a paternally related male individual because the kit we use contains one YSTR location that we test for. And this one YSTR location was different from both of the brothers and from Jose Ibarra.
Okay.
And it was a male individual.
All right. Did you test swabbings from an Adidas black hat?
Yes.
What is the hat number for your laboratory, and what did you do?
For the hat, the number is item 39 is the black ball cap, and the swabbings are item item 56.
What did you do to the swabbings, and what were your results?
The traditional DNA testing was performed first, and because of the complexity of the mixture, I could not make any conclusions.
And then what happened to the data from that testing?
The TrueAllele was used on the swabbings from the hat. The black ball cap contained the profile of at least 3 individuals. There was a match from the data from the swabbings from the black ball cap and Laken Riley. This match is approximately 1 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Due to the complexity of the mixture, no conclusive determination could be made as to the minor contributor.
So you can't tell us who the minor contributors are on the hat?
Correct.
But Laken Riley was present on the hat for TrueAllele?
Yes.
Did you test rocks, which would be your items 22 and 23 at the crime lab?
Yes, rocks were tested.
Tell us about that.
There was swabbing from a rock, item 22, and contact swabbings from a rock, item 22, swabbings 58 and 59. And there was also another rock, item 23. Those swabbings were item 60, and those contained the DNA profile of 1 individual, and that profile matched the reference of Laken Riley. The frequency of the profile is approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals in the population.
Okay. What about the other rock? So only Laken Riley on that item?
Yes, only Laken Riley in the rock swabs.
Both rocks?
Both rocks.
All right. What about a tree? Did you test swabbings from a tree?
Yes.
And what were your results?
The tree, the cutting from the tree was the profile of 1 individual. That again matched the profile of Laken Riley. Approximately 1 in 500 octillion individuals.
And only Laken Riley on the tree?
Correct.
I want to go back to the fingernails. And you told us on the right fingernails, it was for TrueAllele results, Laken Riley and Jose Ibarra, correct?
Yes.
And are there any other persons present there?
No.
How is it that a person, or under what situations would you expect to find a person's DNA underneath another person's fingernails?
Usually it either has to have some sort of scratching or contact with the inside of the nail. These were shorter nails, so it wasn't like they were long nails that you can just accidentally have contact with. Also, you could have someone's DNA from bodily fluids present in the fingernails.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Briefly, the YSTR results for Laken Riley's fingernails for the right hand that, I may be saying this wrong, so you have to correct me, could exclude Diego Ibarra, but could not exclude Argenis Ibarra, correct?
For the right and left, yes.
For the, when you go on to TrueAllele, and TrueAllele is able to exclude Argenis Ibarra, and TrueAllele also excluded Diego Ibarra, does that mean he's excluded?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that is all I have, Your Honor. I will pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Hinkle?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to go through the list again that I heard you talking about. There's the cup and the straw. Is that right?
There was a straw in the cup. The straw from the cup.
Okay. The straw is what you tested?
Straw from the straw, yes.
Okay. And that had to be tested with TrueAllele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the result was a mixture of two people. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm just going to use for right now, just for simplicity's sake, we have a match with Jose Ibarra.
Correct.
And who was the other person who was in that profile?
It's an unknown male individual. I would need a reference sample to match to that person.
Okay. So we have two people's DNA on that straw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One Jose Ibarra, one we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And that's a straw that you're using it's like a regular straw you use to drink.
Yes, it's like a styrofoam takeout cup straw.
Okay. And so two people would have had to use that straw in order to get the DNA on there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know who that other person is.
Correct.
We have the fingernail swabbings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On the left and right hand.
Yes.
Okay. And on those, what we start with when we have what we would assume would be the reason you use the YSTR is that only male individuals have a Y chromosome. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to see if you have male DNA in a sample that would otherwise be normally full of female DNA, you're looking for that Y chromosome.
I can tell that there is male DNA from the quantitation step because we also test for male DNA.
Okay.
So I would have to know that the male DNA was present before I amplified with the YSTR kit to find that profile.
Okay. You do that in this situation.
Correct.
Okay. And you get a result that excludes Diego, according to your results.
Correct.
But does not exclude Jose and and Arhenis.
Correct.
And so there's a match that you make with the YSTR, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It also doesn't, or I guess the chances of that happening in just the random population is 1 out of every 10,000 people, males, is going to have that same profile. Is that right?
Approximately 1 in 9,750, yes.
So 1 in 9, it's a match, but 1 in 9,750 is going to, we'd likely see that repeated. Is that right?
Yes, and also paternally related male individuals unless there is a mutation.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a note of that number. It's 1 in 9,750.
Yes.
Okay. The fingernail swabbings of the left hand, there's no, you can't make a match in that. Is that right?
There was also male DNA, so it's the same results as the right hand fingernails.
Okay, is that just the YSDR?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get a TrueAllele result out of the left fingernail?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
The TrueAllele was for the right hand swabbings. There was at least 2 individuals. Laken Riley was assumed. The match to Jose Ibarra is approximately 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And for the left?
There was, assuming the presence of Laken Riley, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor contributor.
Okay. So on the left fingernail, we don't have any match. Is that right?
Just the assumption that Laken Riley is there, and she is.
Okay. Not to Jose Ibarra.
Correct. Well, except for YSTRs, but yeah, using TrueAllele.
Okay. So we have the Adidas hat.
Yes.
Okay. And there is no match to Jose Ibarra on that hat. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know whose head that hat came off of?
That would be information from someone else, not.
Okay.
It's not, I'm not aware of.
I got you. And we have the rocks and the tree cutting.
Yes.
Okay. None of those has any of Jose Ibarra's DNA on them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We would expect for that, if someone were not wearing gloves, or if there were holes in the gloves, would we expect contact DNA in a case?
Not necessarily.
What would it depend on?
Well, it would depend on how much contact they have, the condition of their, the palms of their hands.
Okay. And when you say the conditions of their palms of their hands, what do you mean?
If your hands have calluses or dry skin, you're more likely to leave contact DNA than soft palms of your hands.
Okay. If it related to a particular object, would it be how hard you grip that?
That could be a part, yes.
Okay. And moving on to the gloves in this case, did you testify about testing number 6 on your?
6 was a complex mixture where no conclusions could be made with traditional DNA testing, so TrueAllele was used.
Okay, and what were the results of number 6?
For number 6, it was the mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor was Laken Riley, and 100 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And again, due to limited data, no conclusions could be made about the minor evidence genotype.
So that was number 6.
Yes.
All right. Was any of the hair in this case that was recovered by whether from the autopsy or turned over to the FBI, or the GBI, I'm sorry, was any of the hair tested using any traditional DNA methods or TrueAllele?
No.
Okay. And were the fingernail swabbings taken from Jose Ibarra ever tested?
No.
Who made that decision?
That would have been management.
Management?
Management of in the section, the
Okay.
forensic biology section.
And who's that?
Jim Sebastian.
Okay. And do you have any notes or any reason for that included in your file?
No.
Would those notes have been made when that decision was made?
That would be up to James Sebastian. So he may or may not have made a note as to what we were testing and why.
Okay. Would Preston Norris have been a part of that decision?
There's Aaron Norris. I don't know a Preston.
Okay. And what about a GBI agent Bayer or Bayer, B-E-Y-E-R? Would he have been a part of that?
I don't know if he was. This wasn't something I was privy to, so I can't say.
Okay. As it relates to items 14D and 14F received by the FBI, or the GBI, I'm sorry. What are those?
They're not on my reports.
Do you have a copy of all of the evidence that was sent to the GBI?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever receive, for testing, a sealed package containing swabs from anyone's abdomen?
They may have been received by GBI, but I did not test those.
Okay. Did you receive any or test any sealed package containing swabs from an abdomen that would have been dry swabbings?
Again, they may have been received by GBI, but I did not perform that test.
Okay. And did you perform any testing on wet swabs from anyone's neck?
No.
Okay. And were you a part of any decision-making process to not test those items?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who was?
That would have been, again, the management at GBI, and they may have spoken to other people involved in the investigation.
Okay. But you weren't. You're the head person who's in charge of all of the DNA testing in this case. Is that right?
For this case, but not for GBI.
But for this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever consulted by a Preston Norris or GBI agent Bayer as to whether or not to test those items that we just went over?
No, I was not.
Okay. Aside from the jacket in this case, all of the other matches that you make to Jose Ibarra come through TrueAllele, is that right? And the known sample and the jacket.
Yes.
Okay. And aside from the YSTR.
Yes.
Okay. So the YSTR on the fingernail and the jacket are the only non-TrueAllele matches to Mr. Ibarra, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. On direct, you testified. Actually, let me ask you this. Without TrueAllele, setting aside the jacket and the YSTR, without TrueAllele, you could not have made any definitive matches in this case. Is that right?
I could possibly match major contributors, but not minor contributors.
Okay. And when you have the minor contributors and the mixed samples, you have to use TrueAllele, right?
If they're minor, below what we call a threshold, where there could be what's called a stochastic threshold, we have to use TrueAllele.
Okay. And so aside from the YSTR and the fingernails and the jacket, all of the minor contributors fell below that threshold in this case, correct?
All the minor contributors did, yes.
Okay. So you had to use TrueAllele for all of those tests?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you a little bit. You testified on direct about the reliability and reproducibility of TrueAllele. And I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about that. What are some of the problems and limitations of TrueAllele?
Problems and limitations with very low level DNA. We can't make matches, and that's based on our validation. If there is dropout at one of these 21 locations, it could skew the match statistic. That's another issue. We can only look at mixtures between 2 and 5 individuals. Once you get up to 5 individuals, the software could do what's called stalling, where it has a hard time determining the genotypes. That's something we've encountered.
Okay, so and I'm new to all this, but I think that you went through all the ones that I could find, through my research, and so one of those problems is a determining how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and any time that you have one of these mixtures of DNA, the scientist has to determine how many contributors there are. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what they do is they say, okay, we think that there's 2 or 3 contributors to this particular mixture of DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And you plug in that number of contributors, and then the software runs does its thing.
Yes.
Okay. Depending on how many contributors you decide are in there, will change the probabilities, these likelihood ratios that you testified to before, right?
It will change them, yes. If I say there's 3 individuals, but there's actually 2, then it will spread out those probabilities to those other individuals, and there would be a match, but it would have a lower match likelihood ratio.
Okay. And when you're making those determinations as to how many contributors there are, the opinion on how many contributors there are could differ. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Amongst people who know this stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. Other experts, for instance.
Yes.
Okay. The other thing you talked about is the quantity of the DNA. Are there limits that you can't go below when you're using TrueAllele?
There's limits we can't go below when we use the traditional testing, so that then applies to TrueAllele as well.
Okay, so are they the same limits between traditional DNA testing and TrueAllele?
Well, since you start with the traditional, that's the limiting factor.
Okay. Who is that limit set by? Is that GBI?
That's GBI, but it's based on our validation of the global Fowler kit that we used for traditional DNA testing.
Okay. What about cybergenetics validation studies? Do they have a limit that you're not allowed to go under?
I'm not aware of that. It would depend on what the amplification was, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. What about separating out these mixtures if it involves close family relations? Are there any limitations on TrueAllele about that?
It is a lower match. You can have false inclusions with family members, but with the match statistics in this case, and also that we had the reference samples of the two brothers, I don't believe that had any effect on the results.
Okay. And if we kind of control for these limitations, then TrueAllele should be perfect, right? It's just running numbers. Is that fair to say?
Well, it is a random process. So then we do run the software 3 requests each, and we must have 2 requests that are concordant. However, we do have instances where those requests, we don't have concordant requests, and we cannot make any conclusions about a mixture.
I don't understand. What does that mean? It can't, like, it's not concordant. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that?
Concordant mixture weights and concordant genotypes for contributors we must have before we can make any conclusions. They must be concordant in 2 different TrueAllele requests. So if this doesn't occur, we can't make any conclusions.
Okay. And so, if done correctly then, and I think this is maybe what I'm understanding, that TrueAllele is, you testified that it's reproducible. Is that what you were just saying?
Yes.
Okay. But every time you run it, it's going to have a different number, right? I mean, it's going to give you a different likelihood. These huge numbers that you're using, every time you run it, the numbers are going to be different, right?
They're going to be slightly different because how TrueAllele determines those contributors is a random process.
It's a random process.
Yes, but the results, again, they must be within a certain number of log units or a certain amount difference. There can't be a big difference between the 2 requests for us to report the results.
If you run one of these tests, one run of this test, 5 minutes later, you run a different run of this test. Are the numbers going to be the same?
Not exactly.
Okay. So it's not exactly reproducible.
It's reproducible within an approximation.
Okay. Who sets that approximation?
That's based on the validation. We do have an amount that they have to be close to each other in order to report the results.
Okay.
That's within a range?
So in this case, we're comparing the DNA against kind of 3 different individuals. We've got Jose, we've got Argenis, and we've got Diego. Is that right?
Yes, and Laken Riley.
Okay. And I just want to take the right fingernail clipping and just kind of go through the process here. You've got the YSTR, and that's the first test that you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that eliminates Diego as a possibility.
Correct.
Right. And when we go to a TrueAllele test, it says that this is 200 trillion times less probable that it's Argenis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that it's only 1 billion times less probable that it's Diego's.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that according to TrueAllele, it is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego, correct?
Argenis is exclusion number is more than Diego, yes.
So it is. So according to TrueAllele, this is more likely to be Argenis than it is to be Diego.
Yes, but that's more based on the difference in their DNA profiles.
Okay. But you already excluded them with the YSTR, is that right?
I excluded Diego.
Okay. So you excluded Diego, but he's more likely to be the contributor according to TrueAllele.
That's using his DNA reference sample, and it would be based on his profile. It would also be based on how much genetic information he shares with his brother. And so that's not an unexpected result.
Okay. okay?
That's a yes or
Why
no
do the odds
question.
change depending on which test it is in terms of, why isn't it always 200 trillion times more likely or less likely to be Arrhenius and 1 billion times less likely to be Diego?
Because you're comparing to their specific reference samples for them, and it's based on how often their genetic information is found in the random population. So if someone has genetic information that is found more in the population or less in the population, it can change that number. So it's all based on that they have different DNA profiles, so there's different match results.
Okay? The genetic profiles in this case didn't change though, did they?
The mixture was the same, yes.
Okay, and their reference samples didn't change, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you say it's run against the population. Within the course of this case, the population didn't change that much, did it?
No, it's actually the same database.
Okay, so why is it that the odds change? If for the fingernail, for instance, it's 200 trillion times less probable to be Arrhenius, and it is 1 billion times less probable to be Diego, why isn't it always 200 trillion and 1 billion?
Because it's based on the comparison of their reference sample to the data.
But we just said that the reference samples haven't changed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the population numbers haven't changed, correct?
Correct.
So why does the likelihood change?
Between the two individuals?
Yes, it's always the same DNA that you're plugging in the machine, right?
Yes, but I mean, if they were identical siblings, they would have identical likelihood ratios. But since they're not identical siblings, the numbers are different.
Sure, but the siblings in this case didn't change between two tests, did they?
They're different tests with different type of results. The YSTR test has different type of results and a different statistical database than the TrueAllele.
Did you say the YSTR has different database than the TrueAllele?
Yes, the Global Fowler and the TrueAllele have the same database, and the YSTR is a different database.
Right. The 200 trillion and the 1 billion are the straw numbers, correct?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, the fingernail numbers, correct?
10 billion for Jose Ibarra, 200 trillion, and 1 billion for the brothers.
Okay. And then when we get to the straw, it changes to 10 sextillion and 10 quadrillion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same reference DNA that you're putting into TrueAllele, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same population database that you're using for TrueAllele, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the same 3 brothers that you're testing against, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why has the number changed from 200 trillion to 10 sextillion?
Yeah, he's being very respectful. He's not badgering. He's
Because
not
it's
being
a different mixture than
accusatory. He's trying to understand.
TrueAllele doesn't identify DNA, does it?
It gives a match statistic in the form of a likelihood ratio.
But it doesn't identify DNA, does it?
I don't understand your.
Okay. Well, let's take an example. And it relates to number 6, the testing on number 6. Okay. The report that you gave and you testified to on direct said that due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made as minor evidence genotype. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But at least on one attempt at running TrueAllele on this, you did get a result, didn't you? On number 6.
I may have had one of the 3 requests fall above 6%, 4%, but they had to be concordant for me to make a match.
Sure, but you got a result, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that match score was above a 4, right?
I would have to look at the notes.
All right.
totally different question than what I thought you were asking.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
okay. You got a match score above 4.
I got a match when compared to our staff database.
Hold on, who?
We have a staff database that we use of people who are involved in the DNA section and spread out through GBI, investigators, admin. So we compare the TrueAllele results to the staff database.
Okay. So you got my question was, you got a result in this, when you were running item number 6, correct?
Yes,
Okay. TrueAllele didn't say, we don't know whose DNA this is. I can't give you a result. Is that right? It didn't shut down.
no,
Okay. It gave you a result and it told you that it had matched who?
it was a random match to a former GBI agent who did not work in the Athens area.
Okay. So that GBI agent didn't work in the lab, did they?
No.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to think that he was a part of this case, do you?
No.
You don't have any reason to think that he handled any of the evidence in this case, do you?
But no.
I'm sorry. And what TrueAllele told you on that test was that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this former agent than it was to be a random match. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another way to say that? 1 in 10,000?
10,000 times more probable, yes.
Okay. Why did the software do that?
That was on the contributor who was less than 4%, which is why we don't report less than 4%.
Was the contributor in this less than 4%? What did TrueAllele tell you?
Which sample? I'm now confused.
Number 6.
Well, they would have been compared to the major profile, which would have been Laken Riley, and then the minor profile, which would have been less than 4%.
Okay. On the QC report there, it says that it's over 4%, doesn't it? It's over 4?
The match statistic is over 4.
Okay.
That match statistic, which is the 10,000 times more probable.
Okay. And but the software is running against all of the GBI employees or all the lab employees?
All the ones we have in the database, yes.
Okay. So it's not just considering the 3 contributors that you have, right?
Correct.
Okay. How did this, if we know that this person didn't touch the evidence, didn't work for the lab, how long had they not worked for the lab since?
It's been a few years. They live in a different part of the state.
Okay. Pretty good. In your mind, this is an incorrect result.
It was, but it was to that less than 4% contributor.
Okay. How did it get to this person who was not there, who we know didn't have anything to do with this case? How did the software actually calculate that it was 10,000 times more likely to be this person than a random chance?
It took that person's reference sample and it took the data obtained from that less than 4% contributor, and it issued a likelihood ratio.
Okay.
And since we don't report less than 4% contributors based on our validation, and that we can get some false matches, and that's just because that's the reason we don't report less than 4%.
Because you don't think it's reliable, right?
Less than 4%, it's not. That's why we don't report it.
Okay, but that's what the software itself is doing, is reporting that, correct?
You can still look and see if someone matches even if it's less than 4%.
Okay, and so it was you who considered that an error, not the software.
It was the technical leader who saw that as a false match, so we just went ahead and reported it. It's inconclusive. No conclusions can be made less than that 4%.
That's all the question I have.
What's the validation?
Validation is when we test software before we use it on casework to make sure it works properly.
And have you at the GBI tested the TrueAllele program and have you validated TrueAllele?
Yes, we have.
How long was that process?
It was several years.
And in the several years that you all validated the TrueAllele program, did you create a threshold within the GBI that you do not call TrueAllele results?
Correct.
What is that threshold?
Less than 4%.
And why don't you call results less than 4% at the GBI?
Because we didn't go down that far in our validation. And once you start getting less than 4%, there may be some of the 21 locations may be missing information. So it will actually use the population database to help fill in the blanks where it's missing information. So it's just not reliable.
And that's why you don't call it.
Correct.
And so in any of the results that we have talked about in this case, specifically the right fingernails of Laken Riley, which is a mixture between only Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley, was that below 4%?
No.
Are those reliable results?
Yes.
And were those results produced through your, are they reliable based upon your validation of TrueAllele?
Correct.
And TrueAllele does have an error rate, a demonstrated error rate. Is that right?
It has a range where we don't report results, yes, for the match statistics.
And so I want to break that down. Does that mean that you all know what the error rate is of TrueAllele, correct?
Yes.
And you don't call matches below that threshold, is that right?
Yes.
So that you compensate for the error rate.
Yes.
And so this 4% that he just asked you about is not a reported result, correct?
It isn't.
And because it's not reliable, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be consistent with what you all do every day at the GBI, and that's why you validate this software, right?
Yes.
So going to back to the fingernails and the statistics versus YSTR and the statistics versus TrueAllele and which brother is more excluded than the other, both brothers, Argenis and Diego, have been excluded as potential donors underneath the fingernails by TrueAllele.
Correct.
Doesn't matter at what level, they're excluded.
Correct.
The determination of the number of contributors in a sample that is ran in TrueAllele, who does that?
I do that.
How do you do that?
I do that based on looking at the data called an electropherogram. If one person should have no more than 2 peaks at each of these 21 locations or no more than 2 pieces of genetic information. So we look at each of the location, the number of peaks, the imbalance between peak heights in case people share genetic information, and we use that to determine the number of contributors.
And did you determine the number of contributors in this case correctly?
There is an at least caveat that we use, but I believe I did.
And when you run results in TrueAllele, do you run it more than once?
Yes.
And why do you run it more than once?
To make sure we have concordant genotypes and mixture of weights.
And so from what I heard defense counsel asking you, that if you run it more than once and you get different numbers, does that mean it is unreliable?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a random process, so it may assign slightly different probabilities to different possible genotypes. So based on that, it can change slightly the match statistic.
And I heard you use the word concordant. What does concordant mean?
Concordant is generally having the same results as far as possible genotypes at each of the 21 locations.
And when you ran the TrueAllele results in this case, the data in this case, were all of the data that was generated, was all of the data concordant?
It had to be concordant to be reported, so yes.
So if it wasn't concordant, it would not be reported, right?
Correct.
On the rocks and trees that you were asked about would you expect to see somebody else's DNA on the rocks, for example? The rocks in this case had the DNA of only one person on them, is that right?
Correct,
And that only one person on the rocks was Laken Riley.
correct.
There was no other foreign profile on those rocks, right?
On the parts that were sampled, yes.
Because you swabbed them, correct?
The serologist swabbed them.
Katrina swabbed them. And you were asked about that and those results. Does that mean no one ever touched those rocks?
No.
Okay. Does that mean that Laken Riley hit herself in the head with those rocks?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Just because the DNA of another individual is present doesn't mean they never touched the rocks.
Doesn't mean you always leave a DNA behind when you touch something, right?
Yeah, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So it's consistent with that.
The sexual assault kit, which I failed to ask you about, did you test the sexual assault kit of Laken Riley's that was done at Autopsy by Dr. DeMarco?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were your results there?
There was a male screening performed to look for the presence of male DNA on the vaginal vault swabs, the anus peri-anus swabs, and the oral cavity swabs of Laken Riley. The testing failed to reveal the presence of human male DNA.
She even says
And
Schwab.
why not just test everything in every single case?
Because we have limited resources at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I heard lots of questions to you about what was tested, what was not tested. Is it your decision to decide what is tested and what is not tested?
No.
And you told us that would be a decision made by your manager, Jim Sebastian,
Yes,
in conjunction with other people
correct.
who are not you.
Yes.
One moment.
That's all I have, thank you.
What is a match score above 4 mean?
Match score above 4 based on our validation, that's when we start reporting a match. Below that, you could have false inclusions or exclusions.
Okay, so a match score above 4 means that you have reached the threshold above which the validation studies are good, right?
Yes, for samples that are at least 96% of the mixture.
Okay, and on that sample, number 6, your quality control report says it is a match score above 4, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It wasn't reported because it wasn't reproducible, correct?
it wasn't reported because it was determined to be a false match to data that did not meet the requirements of our validation for us to report as reproducible.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
No, sir.
You should be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Kirby?
No, Judge.
You're excused. Any other evidence, Ms. Ross?
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Georgia rests.
Is there one?
The state rests.
State is rested. Is Mr. Ibarra ready for me to ask him questions about his decision to testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ibarra, I'll leave, Ms. Smith, I don't know what's gonna work best because I'm gonna be asking these questions directly to him. All right, okay. Mr. Ibarra, I'm asking these questions directly to you.
Señor Ibarra, le voy a hacer esta pregunta directamente a usted.
You understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so.
Usted tiene el derecho a certificar si desea certificar, nadie puede tomar eso en contra suya. ¿Comprende? ¿Comprende? Yes, sir.
Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify?
Nadie puede obligarlo a usted o compelerlo a que usted testifique. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to?
Usted tiene el derecho a no testificar si no desea testificar. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, sir.
Do You understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one that decides whether you will testify or not.
He's not saying yes, Your Honor, or yes, sir. He's just saying yes.
You understand if you do not testify, then the court will instruct myself that it's not to be held against you. Typically, I would tell a jury that.
Si usted decide no testificar, la corte se diría a sí misma que usted no estaría obligado a hacerlo y no tomaría eso en contra suya. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you choose to testify, you'll be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the district attorney.
Si usted decide testificar, usted sería confrontado y preguntado por sus propios abogados y por la fiscalía como tal, y por la corte. ¿Comprende esto? Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ibarra, do you want to testify?
Señor Ibarra, ¿desea usted testificar? No, sir.
Anything from counsel regarding that decision, and can you say if you believe he understands his rights to testify or not, Mr. Donovan?
Yes, we believe he understands his rights, and we don't have anything else to add to his responses.
If the defendant decided to not testify with a complete understanding of his rights.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Beck, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
The defense calls Joseph Clementi to the stand.
Clemente.
I gotta go check on the
Mr.
dogs.
Clementi
We're
up
being
here.
too quiet.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. I'd like to start by asking you to state and then spell your name for our court reporter.
Joseph Clementi, Josephclementi.
And Mr. Clementi, what do you do for a living?
I work at a music management company.
And where do you live?
I live in Athens, Georgia.
Were you living in Athens, Georgia in February of this year?
I was.
Mr. Clementi, do you sometimes take exercise by going for runs?
I do.
And did you take a run on the morning of February 22nd?
Yes, I did.
Did you, after finding out about this case, contact the police about what you had observed on your run?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you contacted police?
I believe it was the day after February 22nd, so February 23rd.
And you met with UGA police officers?
I didn't meet with them, we just had a call.
Okay. So you had a phone interview with the police officers?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you sent them some pictures to kind of clarify what you had said on the phone call?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to just ask for you to briefly recap when you ran and what you saw, please.
Sure. So I started my run at 9:39 a.m. on Thursday, and I ran for, I believe, 36 minutes. and I ran around Lake Herrick, starting at the intramural fields, and I ran for 3.5 miles. And what I noted to the police officers was that I saw an individual that was wearing dark clothing and seemed out of the ordinary.
So let's kind of break that down. You started running at 9:39. How do you know that time?
I tracked my run with a running app called Nike Run Club.
And so when you're reporting to the police when you were running, you were comparing to that Nike Run Club.
That's correct.
And then you said you saw an individual around Lake Herrick at the intramural fields. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you prepare for the police a sort of a screenshot of the area with a star where you saw this individual?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you, and this is going to be marked as defense 6. I want to show it to state. Mr. Clementi, do you recognize the document I handed you?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a map of Lake Herrick, and there's a star placed on where I said I saw the individual. And one of the pictures has an arrow, which is where I was describing that the individual is walking.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move defense exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Submitted.
Mr. Clementi, the state has entered a large map of the area, so I'm going to turn around and see if you can kind of put where you marked on this little mini map in context of this big map, okay?
Sure.
So, Mr. Clementi, do you see over here at the top left side of the board where it says Lake Herrick?
Yes.
And can you say where on this map you would have seen the individual?
By the retention pond.
And do you see the retention pond marked on this map?
I do.
And where is it?
It's in the southwest corner.
Your Honor, may he briefly come down just to point to where he saw the individual?
Right.
Come on
You
down.
take that corner with you. See that sucker to your left?
The silver corner. So for the record, you're pointing to the north of the retention pond?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also said you saw it moving. With your pointer, can you just kind of indicate the direction?
Sure. So there's the trail that's going around here, and then it curves, and the individual's going that way.
Did you get that matter reported? Thank you. You have a seat, Mr. Clancy. Why did this individual catch your attention?
He was not in typical athletic gear, which at that time that I was running, everyone was pretty much running or hiking that I was passing. And the individual was wearing very dark clothing. And they seemed to be wandering kind of aimlessly.
And you said you started your run at 9:39. What time did you see this individual?
In between 9:46 and 9:48.
And again, how are you so certain about what time you saw this individual?
Using the Nike Run Club app, I can pace. I know my pacing during that time, and so I can see 7 minutes into my run where I was exactly on the map.
Okay. And so you used the map and Nike Run Club to come up with this 2-minute window where you saw the individual.
Yeah, it shows me where.
And the last question I have for you, you say dark clothing. Can you give any specifics as to what dark clothing you saw?
I really just remember just black or dark bluish clothing, and that there was either a hood or a hat on this person.
Just one moment, Mr. Clementi. I neglected to ask this, Mr. Clementi. Can you describe the height and the build of the person you saw?
It was the person had a more masculine build, and based on that, I thought it was a man, and they were probably above like 5'9".
Did you notice, or could you tell if they were slender or more chubby?
Their weight didn't really stand out to me. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Hey, good.
Could you identify this person if you saw them again?
No,
Did you see this person's face?
not really. No,
Do you know what race this is?
no, I don't.
Could this be a white male?
Yes.
Could be a black male?
Yeah.
Could be a Hispanic male?
Mm-hmm.
Could be an Asian male?
Yeah.
Did you notice if this individual was wearing gloves or anything?
No, I don't really remember or recall.
And what kind of look did you get of this individual? How long did you look at this person?
Sorry.
How long did you look at this person?
Oh, I mean, it was really a split second, but they seemed, like I said, they seemed to be kind of aimlessly wandering.
And you noticed a hooded sweatshirt, you said?
Yes, or a hat. Their head was covered by something.
And khaki colored pants?
Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what. I remember their dark clothing really stood out to me on the torso above.
Okay. What about the pants?
I don't really recall totally what color they were.
Could they have been khaki colored pants? And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Ray Boo, the University of Georgia Police Department?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And do you recall using the word khaki with her?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And khaki to describe, first of all, what color is khaki? What is khaki?
Beige.
Beige, okay. And what khaki did you see?
What khaki pants?
On this individual.
Oh, like beige coloring on their pants.
Okay. And you were asked about whether there may have been any logos on this individual's clothing. Do you remember that?
I do remember being asked about that.
And do you remember saying that there may have been a white logo on this individual's clothing?
Yes, there may have been.
And do you recall describing this individual as skinny?
I do remember.
And over 5'9" tall?
Yes.
Okay. And to this day, you do not know the race of that person?
No.
And you would not be able to identify that person if you saw them?
Correct.
That's all.
When you said there could have possibly been a white logo, do you recall if that was on the hat or the jacket or where that would have been?
No, I don't recall.
I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir. You're excused.
I looked
Your
it
next
up.
witness.
It can be done in a bench trial.
Yes.
So I don't know why they didn't do it. It's not because of the bench trial. I think the only trial that I've never seen it done in was the Daryl Brooks trial. And that's because he didn't know to do it. Well, I take that back. I watched another pro se trial that he didn't do it. I forgot the guy's name. I watched it on Law Talk with Mike's channel. It was a guy that did, I think he did like a carjacking. He carjacked an old lady and then did like a home invasion of her house and then sexually assaulted her. And it was an elderly woman and she didn't die then, but she ended up dying later. Like, I mean, it was like months later. I think she had like a heart attack or something. But so they couldn't like connect it back. They couldn't get him for murder because it was too far removed. But if you ask me, he caused her death. But I don't think he did it either because he was pro se. And that one was a weird one. And he kept saying heinous instead of heinous. And the prosecutor finally stood up and said, it's pronounced heinous, not heinous. I was like, thank you. Because it was getting under my skin, just like schwabbing instead of swabbing.
I hesitate to say this. They want about 10 minutes to talk about something. I know.
What?
If you need to stand up, go somewhere, that's fine. 10 minutes, thank you.
What are we doing? Why do we need 10 minutes? Please don't tell me they're going to talk about a plea. Oh, you watched that one on Law Talk with Mike too? Yeah, that one was crazy. It was like he wrote out like his opening and his closing. You could tell he was trying to make himself sound smarter. He wasn't like Ronnie. I didn't watch that trial, but I've seen the clips. I don't remember the guy's last name. His first name was Ronnie. He killed, I don't know if she was his girlfriend or his wife. He had a special needs daughter, and he tried to kill his son. His son lived. And the cop that investigated the case adopted his son. Oh, you're welcome, Nancy. And that guy represented himself, and he yelled at the jury, "The evidence will show." Like, if I had been on that jury, I swear, after opening, I would have gone to somebody and said, "I'm sorry, but this man frightens me. I don't think I can be on this jury." Because that was the most frightening opening statement I have ever seen. Like, he wasn't saying anything threatening. It was just his demeanor. He was scary. And I remember when Sarah Boone was asking to be unshackled, I was like, yeah, why not? They let that dude Ronnie walk all over the place, and he was scary. And Peter Tragos put my comment on the screen, and he usually doesn't put comments on the screen unless there are super chats, just because he has so many people in his chats, you know, on his lives, because he's got a huge following. I was like, yeah, they let Ronnie walk all over the place, and he was scary, and he put that up on the screen. I was like, oh, Peter agrees with me. Oh, man, that guy. Yeah, so I was looking up, I don't know what trial is coming next, but I was looking up an for my Thanksgiving episode. I need to put my Halloween one in my playlist. I need to put all of these in my Laken Riley playlist. I did a episode on her with all of what I knew at the time. And that's in the playlist, but I don't know if I've got any of the trial in the playlist yet. So I need to go do that after it's over. My Halloween one was The Devil Made Me Do It, which I think I played during. Is that the one I played while we were on Verdict Watch for Sarah Boone? I think. Well, thank you, Nancy. I want to thank all of y'all for being here. Why am I losing people? Court's just on a break. I'm down to 2 people now. But I like my community. There's not a lot of us, but it's fun. I got the nicest compliment from somebody the other day. It was on one of my Sarah Boone live streams. They said I had the greatest best friend voice. It's just like I'm sitting here talking to a friend. I am. I'm sitting here talking to all my friends. And also, I sometimes forget that other people are going to be listening to me on replay. I'm just sitting here shooting the breeze with y'all, and I'm like, that's like with the comments. Like, I'll just be talking to the, referring to the things you guys are saying and talking, and then I remember when people watch this later, they're going to have no clue why I'm talking about what I'm talking about because they can't see the comments. Well, thank you, Nancy. I had fun today, too. This morning, though, well, I kind of lost a little bit of focus this afternoon, but that's just me. That's just my ADHD. When the scientific people get up there, I usually lose it. I don't know what my focus is not great. When people get up there, like just normal people, witnesses, like her roommates and, people that knew her or whatever, like that, like this guy, like just regular people. But when the cops and the scientists, and the cops usually I'm okay with, but when the scientific stuff starts, I start to just zone out. But I got to figure out what I'm going to do with this channel because I still like doing the pre-recorded. I like doing the pre-recorded stuff because I like editing. I like finding pictures and putting them up. I got to figure out how to share pictures on StreamYard. But the pictures I wanted to show you guys, they are in the video that I did on Laken Riley, the pre-recorded video that I did. So I have one picture of me when I was a student nurse, and there are 2 pictures of me in Venezuela when I went on a missions trip. So I was a nurse in Venezuela for a week. So there's 2 pictures of me in Venezuela nursing. Kids. It was before I was an actual pediatric nurse, too. I don't know why. They sent all the kids to me. I guess because the kids liked me. They sent all the kids to me. And I was younger, so I guess they figured the kids wouldn't be intimidated by me because I was younger. I don't know. But so, and then I had the sweetest, there was one little girl. In fact, I think she's one of the little girls in the picture with me. That little girl took to me like every day. She would run up and just give me hugs and love on me. And I got a doll, like a handmade doll from Venezuela. I do not know what happened to that doll. It's probably in a box somewhere from when we moved. And I named it after her, and I forgot her name. So I don't know what my name of my doll is. Nor do I know where it is anymore. Because that was 30 years ago, maybe. Long time ago. I'm old. But it was like, it wasn't an attractive doll. It was kind of like a rag doll, but it was like a handmade, by the people of Venezuela kind of a thing. And so I bought it as a souvenir of my trip. And it was a lot of fun. But we were like celebrities almost. People were lined up at they started lining up at 2 in the morning. And I'm like, I don't understand. Why are these people lined up? They're like, because they want to be seen by the Americans. It's like, what? And it was like people that had been seen by the doctors over there, but I guess their health care is just really bad, just really poor health care there. So they wanted to be seen by the Americans, whether we could help them or not, so it was sad too, though, because there was, and everybody got dewormed and deloused. And I'm like, because they don't have prevention for that kind of stuff over there. Like over here, we have prevention for that type of stuff in our water and everything. And they don't. And I'm like, well, when we leave, all that stuff is just going to come back. And they said, but imagine itching all the time, really, really bad. And then you don't itch anymore. How happy would you be? I was like, yeah, but then how mad are you going to be when the itching comes back after we leave? And they're like, well, it doesn't matter. We give them some comfort for however long it lasts. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. I guess, but I don't know. Kind of seems like if you're used to it and you don't know there's anything better. I don't know. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know. I don't know. But it was neat. It was pretty neat. And then what I didn't expect was the last day we were there, I got to go snorkeling in the Caribbean. And I never in my wildest dreams thought I would ever be able to do that. So that was pretty cool.
Your Honor, what I can tell you is that the parties have come to at least a partial agreement that we can move forward, and part of it is an ongoing situation. So with Your Honor's permission, we'd like to call our next witness.
Okay.
What is the ongoing
I'm
situation?
understanding that all three of these witnesses are not to be.
Correct. These should not be filmed.
All right. I'm told there's 3 more witnesses. None of them can be on camera or still shots taken. All 3. Thank you.
The state calls, the defense calls Stephanie Slayton to the stand.
Stephanie Slayton.
Oh, Nancy. No, I'm really not an angel. I'm not. Do we get sound? What are they doing with the sound? They didn't say we couldn't hear it. Seriously? That's a defense witness? Oh, wait. Who said that? Diego or Jose? Oh. You can't plead the fifth. Can't plead the fifth. Oh, say yes or no question. I don't know. That story seemed a little fishy. Because if you tell them what? She didn't know anything to tell them. Okay, this. He was sitting out in front of her apartment with her, and there was a bunch of cops, and he asked her what was going on. And he has a translation app on his phone, and she speaks broken Spanish, he speaks broken English. So at first they were just talking, and he said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Somebody got killed." Then he typed in his translation app and turned it around so she could see the screen, and it said, "If you tell them anything, I will kill you too." But tell them what? She didn't know anything. All she knew was that somebody got killed. So if he was gonna say what happened, like if you're gonna like try to convince somebody that you didn't kill somebody and you didn't know what was going on and there were cops around everywhere, you're not gonna say, if you tell them anything, I'll kill you too. You're not gonna say that. Like if you're gonna say, "Oh, what's going on? Why are there police around here?" Like pretending that you're innocent, you're gonna keep up pretending like you're innocent. You're not gonna say, "Well, if you say anything, I'm gonna kill you too." Her story doesn't make sense. And then it comes out that she bought the phone for him and then found out that he was seeing somebody else. And she tried to plead the fifth when the prosecutor asked her if she was sleeping with Diego. Like, I plead the fifth. You can't do that. So yeah, super weird. Super, super weird story. So now, what kind of questions are they going to ask him? He's going to deny that happened. Either that or just, well, say that's not what he said or not what he meant or it translated it wrong. Like, I don't know. Get to the point. Now there's sound, Nancy. Diego is in federal custody on an immigration charge, and his lawyer's not there. So they're arguing about whether or not he's going to be able to testify. So you're really not missing anything right now. I don't know why you can't hear it. apparently there's another witness. StreamYard, you're killing me. Back during the Ashley Benefield trial, when I wasn't paying for it, it worked perfectly. Now I'm paying for it. Oh, really? I love David. I've only seen him do Lawyers and Dragons, though. I keep meaning to go watch his channel. Didn't he start a new channel, though? Is it still Prototopics? Because I thought I saw a video he did about he was going to start a new channel. But I watched him on Rick's channel when they were doing Lawyers and Dragons. Real Life Fake Wizard? That's a good name for a channel. He's got Star Wars stuff on the Prototopics channel that I keep wanting to look at, and there's just too much stuff. I keep saying I need to cancel like all my streaming services because there's too much stuff. I don't even have the time to watch all the stuff I want to watch on YouTube. I'll be right back. Come on, Belle. Come on. You have to go play? Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to talk about politics, or religion, or anything that's like divides people, because there's so many other things to talk about. Every time I go to the doctor, every doctor's office, I don't care which one it is, they always have the I forgot the name of the channel. The home and garden, like DIY channel, whatever it's called. What's the name of that channel? Like Property Brothers and Love It or List It, those kind of. Yeah, HGTV. HGTV, that one. Because it's not divisive. I used to watch those home improvement shows where like people would have Like a husband would redo a room for their wife or something. And I was just thinking, how great it would be if my husband would do that for me for Christmas. Get his daughters over here to get all their toys and stuff. I mean, they're grown now. They're 30 years old. Come get all their old toys and crap out of their old room. Like, call one of my friends to have her take me to the movies or something, out to eat, whatever. And then have his kids come over here, get all their old toys out of the room, get me a new desk and put it in there, move the computer in there, and make me like a studio in there while I was out. But my husband doesn't work that way. He's not good with surprises. Like last night, he was like, I've got you a couple presents, but I don't know what else to get you. What video games do you want? So I took screenshots of them and sent them to his phone. Last year, he actually bought the games with me. I remember the ones where like people would be shopping in like Home Depot, and then the people would come up to him and like, do you want us to do your backyard or do your bathroom or, you know, whatever section they were in? And I'd be like, how come that never happens to me? Why can't that ever happen to me? That's not fair. I'm a good person. And I'm a nurse, for crying out loud. I dedicate my... Not only did I never have anything like happen to me, then I got sick and had to quit working. I had to battle cancer twice. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Ben is really handy around the house, though. He can do all... I mean, he can do anything, pretty much. Like, I'll be like, you know, we need to fix such and such, and he's like, yeah, true. Yeah. That would freak me out if I got in a cab and somebody was like, guess what? You can win some money. You're like, no, thank you. Yeah, my husband's handy with stuff. Like, he put our pool up, then he decided that I was going to be the one to take care of it with the chemicals and stuff. And I got sick and couldn't swim, and then he didn't stay on top of it. Like, I was in the hospital. I don't know how many times I was in the hospital that summer. At least twice that summer. And he didn't keep it up. So now it's just a pond full of frogs out there. And it wasn't that he couldn't. He just didn't want to. And I promised him I would do it, but I got sick. So now I have to buy a sump pup. Okay, so I guess I'm assuming we're starting at 8:30 again in the morning. Yeah, so now I have to buy a sump pump to empty it. However, we got to figure out how to get the leaves the leaves and the frogs and the algae and the solid stuff out first. I mean, we have a net, but it's a big, I got one of the biggest above ground pools, because growing up, I always had in-ground pools. We can't afford that. So, because I'm a pool snob, because I've always had in-ground pools, I wanted the biggest above ground pool I could get. So, it's not like I can just scoop everything out of the middle. Like, it's big. And the last time I had to scoop out stuff, it wasn't as bad as it is now, and I got inside of it to scoop out the algae. And bye, Nancy. And then when I took a shower, there was actually algae in my bathing suit. I was like, that is disgusting. Now it's frogs. It's full of frogs. We hear them every night. They're loud. I'm not getting in there with frogs. I might have to get an extra long net to get all the frogs out. Okay, I will see you guys again at 8:30 in the morning, and I thought we might be done tomorrow, but maybe, I don't know. Then we might be done tomorrow. Okay, guys, take it easy. Have a good night. Bye.